There we go. Good evening. How is everyone out there in web space? Hi, I'm Nefsis Nile. We do shenanigans mostly here, sometimes with fangs, sometimes not. But tonight we are going through what is it to create a character for Vampire the Masquerade, and we are going to be using a tool, an online tool. If you are familiar with D&D, you might have used D&D Beyond. This is a similar sort of tool, but for a bunch of games. It's called Demiplane Nexus, and we are using the VTM, or Vampire the Masquerade, specific one for it. Thanks for joining, folks. Hi. Let me turn my music down in my ears so that I'm not being deafened. All of my controls have been nuked at some point and I don't know what's going on. There we go. All right. Okay, so without further ado, welcome to Demiplane. Look, I've had creepier, Kaz. I've had creepier. That is not a challenge, mostly because I will win. But yes, welcome to Demiplane. So as you can see, they pitch it very much as a tool that you can create characters, you can run games in platform. If memory serves me correctly, it was actually developed, or at least founded, by one of the original guys from D&D Beyond. So that sort of thinking towards approach of building a platform like this follows through. Scrolling down on the launch page, we can see a lot of information about, what does this offer us. It does say that all of your favorite are on one platform, and that is pretty correct. It has a bunch of different systems and settings available on it. We can take a very quick look at what is there. Now, there is a free option for this tool, not unlike D&D Beyond, where you have, limited options of what you can choose from sources for your character, and also a restricted amount of characters that you can actually, build and retain. I should preface all of this with, I am not sponsored by Demiplane, but if they want to, my DMs are open. It's just a tool that I have really fallen in love with. I really enjoy using. I use it for building all of the characters for my one-shots. It's just a really comfy, easy tool if you are already familiar with online character creation. And if you're not, it guides you through every freaking step of the process, no matter what system or setting you're on. It's thought through, it's considered, it's great for new and experienced players. It's just something that I really, really enjoy using. So without further ado, let's take a look at what is available on Demiplane. Let's have a look at all the games. So there's D&D, because I don't think in the current climate you can have a TTRPG platform without offering D&D. They've also got Daggerheart, which is great to see. I'm really happy to see that on online platforms. They've got Pathfinder 2E. They've also got Starfinder 2E, and they've got the Marvel Multiverse RPG, which is one that I've been wanting to play but haven't really had the time to get into. They've got Vampire the Masquerade. Oh, I wonder what that game is. They've also got Cosmia. They've got Traveller, Cyberpunk Red, Fabula Ultima, which is another one that I've been wanting to check out but haven't gotten into. Avatar Legends, which I own but have never run or played. They've got Scion, which is a system that I have played a one-shot in. Really enjoyed it. They've got the Alien RPG. They've also got DC-20, the Fallout roleplay game, Candela Obscura, Hunter the Reckoning, and Mutant Year Zero. So that's a pretty good spectrum there of your main suspects. But we are going to go and take a look at Vampire the Masquerade. Now, I should preface this with, yes, I know Roll20 and other platforms out there have older editions. They also allow, excuse me, for homebrew. This platform, as yet, does not, but it is on the horizon. My understanding is it's a pretty small team that's behind the development. They are really receptive to ideas on their forums. Their forums are really, really active. A lot of bug notices, a lot of troubleshooting, a lot of feature requests, but their community managers are really, really responsive. Keep an eye on all of the threads that I've seen. I haven't seen a dead thread that wasn't like a resolved issue in a really long time. So yeah, it's another reason why I kind of decided to go with Demiplane, is because they've got that support. But like I said, there is a small wait when a new source does come out, just while they codify it and get those options into the character creator option. But welcome to Vampire Nexus. And so each of these settings and systems is called a nexus. So this is the Vampire Nexus on Demiplane. We can embrace the night and create a character. We can explore Vampire by taking a look at the sources and bundles that are available. We can also, just off this page, take a look at the characters that are available, take a look at the game compendium and our digital library. Now, at the moment, there is not a... if you're familiar with Vampire the Masquerade, back when Modifius had the publishing rights, they were doing a thing, or I believe it might have been Onyx Path, maybe both, where if you bought a physical copy, you also got a code for the digital. Now, unfortunately, these guys don't have that kind of a deal, but let's go to library just for a second. They do indeed have Succubus Club, yes. But what they do have is bundles. So you can get your books through Demiplane, and you will also get the digital copy for your Nexus. So this is one way to circumvent that kind of disconnect. Now, again, as you can see, they don't have all of them, but what they do have is going to really set you up for success in getting started with Vampire. I'm not sure whether they're going to start doing all of the other books, but this is, yeah, your core book, your player's guide, your Chicago by Night and Cult of the Blood Gods. They're your 4 main books that you are going to want to get your hands on if you're new to Vampire the Masquerade, have never played before, and want to start making a character. So if you don't already own those books, and you decide that Demiplane is something that you want to get into, this might be a way to kind of get everything all at once. If you are a diehard fan of books in the physical format, such as I am. But let us go back to the Nexus page and see what else there is. So obviously we've got a character creator, we've got our digital books and bundles, and then there's additional benefits. So what they are doing is building out a Chronicles section where you can have all of your characters in one spot. At the moment, they're still rolling out features, but there will be a section for storytellers to also include NPC sheets, other details, locations, that sort of a thing. And then if we come down to the bottom, we can see that there's a little bit of a rules compendium. So kind of like a quick find guide for clans, powers, predator types, items, backgrounds, disciplines, skills, merits and flaws, antagonists, and lore sheets. Now, if you're not familiar with VTM at all, this may make no sense to you, and that's totally fine. We're going to go through all of this stuff really, really easily and very simply. I'm going to try and distill it as much as possible. One of the things that I really appreciate as well when I'm bringing new players in is they do have 2 pre-genned character sheets ready to go. So if you've never used Demiplane, if you've never played VTM, we've got a Bruja and we've got a Toreador. Boom. You can log in, you can make an account or not, and you can get these and you can start playing a game. I do also remember that there was a conversation recently about building out the character sheets that are existing in some of the short scenarios that have been officially published. Watch this space for that. So we'll start off by going into the library. You're slowly getting into Demi. It took me a little while because I was shopping around for a digital platform for the longest time. I used to be a Roll20 girl, and I just found that they just weren't listening to their community so well. Might have just been my experience. And so, yeah, when Demiplane came on board or was launched and they had the official license from Paradox at the time, I was like, boom, sorted. I'm there. So, as I'm sure will come as no surprise to anybody, I do own all of the sources because I have a problem. But what you will have access to is a limited amount from the core book on a free account. You will have very basic character creation options. Sorry. Now, when you go and purchase one of these, not only will you be able to browse through the actual source itself, but any and all character options that are available from that source will automatically become available in character creation. So again, very much like D&D Beyond, but I actually find viewing the source is a little bit easier in Demiplane than it is in D&D. So you can scroll it just like you would a PDF, or you can use these bookmarks on the side to navigate your way through. Now, I will say straight off the bat, if you are familiar with the player's guide for D&D, if you are familiar with the core rulebook or the investigator's guide for Call of Cthulhu, you will not find that lovely logical layout from a Vampire the Masquerade book, I am afraid. This is seen as very much a narrative system, and as such, the books do tend to meander. And unfortunately, for the 5th edition of Vampire the Masquerade, the core book is possibly one of the most illogically laid out books I have come across. Now, I know where everything is because I have referred to it so many times, but I will also send people page numbers for when they're going to look for something in the core book, because it is exceedingly daunting. So if you are looking for something to kind of glance through, I mean, she's a chunk of book. She's a little thick. And most of that is actually character stuff and player stuff rather than storyteller stuff. But if you're looking to just kind of immerse yourself in the world of darkness and what it means to play Vampire the Masquerade, picking up the book and actually like flicking through it is a great way to get yourself into the mindset of the game. But if you're looking to like find stuff really quickly and refer to that rule and what does that mean? Oh my God. A digital tool like Demiplane is going to be significantly better an experience for you. They kind of went, put it everywhere. There is method to the madness, but you have to understand the madness first, I think. Like you have to approach it from an author's perspective rather than a player's perspective, is my personal opinion. So, getting into the meat and potatoes of the core book, we do get quite a narrative introduction into what it means to be a vampire, what the world of darkness looks like, feels like, exists like. This is very much a digitized copy of the actual book. So if you feel like maybe you're not going to get the same experience looking at the digital as you would from the physical, then I'm going to assuage those fears right off the bat. If you come to something like Demiplane, well, specifically Demiplane, and just get the digital library happening, you will get a very similar layout and experience as the physical books themselves. Flaws and all. I would say that it's probably easier to see what's going on in the imagery. It's easier to do an overall search. Yeah, there is method. Just try not to be in a hurry to look up a rule or have your own bookmarks set. So, we do get, as I said, an introduction into what it is to be a vampire, what it means to be part of kindred society. So vampires will call themselves kindred for the most part. There are groups that call themselves something else. We'll get into that in a little bit. I do appreciate the fact that it does give you a little bit of the lore. Now, obviously, this is the 5th edition of this game, and not that dissimilar from D&D. There is a lot of lore, of information that you could investigate. You can come into 5th edition with absolutely no understanding of what it is to be a vampire and what it is to exist in the modern vampire world and still have a really enjoyable game. You don't need to know any of the pre-existing lore whatsoever. In fact, that is one of the most fun experiences, is playing a brand new baby bat and just going, I have no idea what's going on. So you don't need to read all of this stuff if you don't want to, but it can help, especially if you're playing a slightly older vampire. It goes into a little bit of the political groups around what Vampire the Masquerade society might have. So we've got the Camarilla. Now, they see themselves as the good guys. They see themselves as the group that is keeping everybody under control. They see themselves as the keepers of proprietary. So they make sure that vampires are not breaching what is known as the masquerade, which is this veneer that vampires don't exist. What are you talking about? Because the humans must never know that we exist. However, some of them do. And so the Camarilla is trying really, really hard to go, hey guys, how about we keep it chill? They've got a set of rules. There is a very hierarchical structure to their society. There are unwritten rules as well. Each city will have its own set of, or like, interpretations of rules. And it's all very feudal. So we will then go into the Anarch movement. So the Anarchs are not exactly the flip side of the Camarilla, but they definitely believe in a freer movement of kindred kind. They butt up against the Camarilla because they want to break down a lot of that hierarchical structure. They want to be able to live their lives, still maintain the masquerade because, well, it's good for continued existence, and we don't want the hunters at our door. But they don't believe in, the divine right of kings. They think that you should earn merit based on your merit and what you offer to the society. They, as the name might suggest, are a slightly more anarch-oriented, but only slightly. It's more of a misnomer than anything else. We've also got the autarchists, who are kind of seen as independents, but really they're kind of anything but. They exist outside of the Camarilla and the Anarch movement, but they may play in both fields, if that makes sense. They try and reserve a sort of lofty ideal of being outside of kindred politics. There's very few of them because living that existence is quite difficult. If you're not in the room, how do you know what's going on in the room, kind of a thing. There are other groups that you can be part of, and there are other groups within Kindred Society that in 5th edition at least have been locked out as a playable character. They were available in previous editions, but they are not in V5. We're talking the Sabbat, first and foremost. They are seen as the antithesis, really, of the Camarilla. They are believers that they are the apex predator of humankind and as such should be revered as such, really. They see humankind as cattle, and all the trappings and nuances of personality that go with that. They have a very rich tradition. They have a lot of lore associated with them. There are third-party options to make them playable characters that are very well written. In fact, some of the official writers have been involved in that project, but officially at least, they are not a playable sect in the world of darkness. There are other smaller and less well-known groups as well. Some of them we can talk about later, and some of them tend not to be a viable option because really Vampire the Masquerade is about teamwork, and these particular types of kindred tend to operate alone. Anyway, let's delve a little bit deeper into Demiplane itself. We then get into information about the clans. Now, if you're familiar with D&D, these would be your classes. So you've got fighters and monks and barbarians and wizards and sorcerers and warlocks and all manner of shenanigans. Instead, in Vampire the Masquerade, you've got clans. So you've got Bruja, you've got Gangrel, you've got Malkavians, you've got Nosferatu, you've got Toreador. You've got a bunch of different families that have different criteria and characteristics that influence the way that you might play, influence what's available to you, all sorts of shenanigans. Yes, the Salubri being made available with the Player's Guide or the Companion when it first came out was a bit of a surprise given that there are so few of them. Yes, Kaz. And then in the core book, we get down into the nitty-gritty. We get into the rules, we get into characters, we get into vampires, disciplines, which are your skill, like your special vampire skills, and some advanced systems and rules that we can talk about later when we get into character creation. So that is our library. And in Demiplane, no, absolutely not, Kaz. Keep asking questions, keep interrupting, adding information. We're here for a conversation, not just me talking to the screen. So if you've got any questions when we get up to stuff, please, by all means, ask them. So when you're looking at your sources, it presents itself very much like a library, and there are a lot of them. You do not need all of them to get started. So please don't be like daunted by that at all. Realistically, if you just grab the core book and the player's guide, you have so much information that you can build a character from. We have a question, Demiplane question. Can the storyteller share their library like D&D Beyond DMs can? Indeed, you can. So if you see up in the top here, we've got chronicles. So a storyteller can build a chronicle for their group of players, and in that, content sharing can be turned on or off. So I can either, you know, if I'm really nasty, I can say, no, go buy your own books. But I believe that all knowledge is worth having, and if someone wants to come and play a game with me but they can't afford them, who am I to deny them access to character choices just because I'm feeling stingy? It's digital freaking content, baby. But yes, if you go into Chronicles, I will make a new Chronicle. Now I will admit, this is still very much under construction. They are still coming up with the rest of the features. These are mostly for storytellers, but you can add a new chronicle name, Chronicle to Electric Boogaloo. And that is the name of our chronicle. You can then decide whether or not you're going to be content sharing, and you can even decide who you're going to share it with within that chronicle. So you can invite specific people to specific chronicles if you want to allow them to create characters with certain options. Coming down into there, you can also invite your players before you've even started fleshing anything out. If you've got a player who's already on Demiplane and they've created a character on their profile, you can then import them into the chronicle itself, or they can come to the chronicle and then create a character. So a storyteller, yes, if they want to share their content, will need to subscribe, unfortunately. I'm trying to remember how much it was. I can't remember. I pay annually because I've just like, this is the platform that I use now. But yes, it is a subscription model, but with I think it's just 1 or 2 tiers of subscription. There you go. $47 or $48-ish a year. With that subscription comes unlimited characters. It doesn't give you sources, so you don't unlock any additional source books with that subscription. But yes, sorry. The subscription gives you the option for unlimited characters and content sharing, which I think is pretty great. It's pretty neat. So yes, you can invite with a link your players to come and create their characters. If they're already on Demiplane, they can import their character into this with the import button. You can also go through and decide what character content is going to be allowed in your chronicle and switch them off, which I think is pretty great. So if I decide that I don't want any salubri in my game, bye-bye player's guide. So yeah, that's that as well. There is also a notes section. So if you wanted to communicate what the chronicle's about, what is allowed, what isn't allowed, you could put it into this bit, so your players could see it. That way they can get maybe started on creating their characters if they're asynchronous with you, or they want to work on it at a time that you're not awake and able to sort of go, hey, this is what I want, this is what I don't want, kind of thing. So that is the library and chronicles. We're going to take a look at the game rules. So we're going to start with clans. Here we get into a little politics. So, not unlike your classes, there are a lot of clans. These clans, without getting into the nitty-gritty of the lore, represent a different type of vampire with different abilities, different heritage, and a different approach to being a vampire. Do the players need to subscribe to be able to share content for characters? So, a player doesn't need to subscribe to get content from the storyteller for characters. You can have a free account, and if you are in a chronicle where the storyteller has shared their content, you get access to whatever the storyteller is sharing with you. For some people, some nefarious people, they might create a chronicle where everyone can come into it, and perhaps then that all of their content would be available, but like people would need to ask really nicely, hypothetically speaking. I do believe there is a limit to how many people you can share content with, but don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% on it. But no, players do not need a subscription model or to subscribe to Demiplane in order to have content shared with them by their storytellers. If you wanted to create a character and you wanted a character option that wasn't in that core book or that refined core book that you get with a free account, you just need to purchase that particular source. So say you wanted to play a La Sombra, you would get the core book, and then you could perhaps get Chicago by Night, or you could get the core book and the player's guide and be done with it. You still wouldn't need a paid account. You could just purchase those sources. Does that answer your question? So, our clans. Long ago, in the mists of time, back when humans were just this brand new little thing on the face of the planet, there was a second generation of humans, two brothers, so the story goes. One named Cain and one named Abel. And they were brothers, they loved each other. One was a farmer doing his agriculture stuff, and one was tending the animals. And they lived harmoniously for a very long time. Blah, 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 blah. Cain gets an idea in his head that in order to appease God, he needs to kill his brother. Bam, boom, first murder happened. The rest is history, or so they say. Go through a couple of generations. He gets cursed by God. God goes, "Burr, you're bad." Sends some angels after him. The angels go, "Hey, do you want to ask for forgiveness?" He goes, "I don't think so." Gets cursed again. Becomes a vampire, basically. Long story short, there's a lot of stuff that goes into the story. But yes, there's this idea that Cain, three-time loser, there's this idea that Cain sired 3 children, which is the name for the vampires you create, child or childer for the plural. And then those childer sired a bunch of kids just before the Great Flood. The antediluvians became basically the heads of these clans. They got cursed with their own specific little nuances of being a vampire. And that is what gave us our clans. We have the Banu Hakim. They are seen as the clan of assassins, historically. They are mediators. They are lawmen. They are very, very adept at what they do. And they really bring justice, or a sense of justice, to vampire kind. We have the Bruja. Some call them warrior scholars. They are philosopher kings, a bit punky, a bit hipstery. They're definitely a rabble with a cause. We have Caitiffs. Now, Caitiffs kind of stand outside this clan idea in that they are the clanless. They are orphans. They are dismissers of their clan. They stand outside. They stand alone. We have the Gangrel. They are outcasts. They're the strays. They're the dwellers in the forests where the werewolves won't go. They are the clan of the beast. We have Clan Hecata. Now, if you are familiar with older versions of Vampire the Masquerade, you may have known these people as the Giovanni. Ugh. The Giovanni were a merchant family from Venice, embraced by a Dark Ages clan called the Cappadocians, all hail, who then embraced a bunch of other little families and, tried to take over the world. In recent nights, all of those little families have come together and had what's called a family reunion. No one really knows what happened at the family reunion, but they play nice now. Kaz, I say caitiff or caitiff interchangeably. If you say it some other way, it's not inherently wrong. Someone did die, but then someone almost always dies with the Hecata because they are necromancers. They are the clan of death, the studiers of death. They are the Lazarenes. You say it caitiff? I mean, looking at how it's written, that makes sense. I don't know where I picked up caitiff. I don't know. The Hecata are wielders of necromantic magic. They do a lot of their workings through ceremonies. We'll get into that in a little bit. We have the La Sombra. These are the Night Clan. They are the Magisters, the Shadows. They wield the shadows. They dip into the power of the Abyss, and the Abyss gives them a hug at night. They are, in my personal opinion, one of my favorite clans to play, and I know a lot of people side with them because they're just so much heckin' fun. They are absolutely freaking ruthless, and I love them for it. We have the Malkavians. Now, these are known as the Clan of the Moon, previously referred to as madmen, visionaries. They are the children of Malkav. I have very strict rules around having Malkavians in my games, and there are very strong reasons why I have those rules. Historically, if you have ever heard of the Fish Malkavian, that is what it is referring to. These people who will who historically have had players who will just go and do any old thing and go, well, I'm crazy. That's what my character would do. I do not subscribe to that model of Malkavian. And I present them as people who see everything and are the result of what that does to one's brain. They are oracles, they see beyond, and they are able to put pieces together when no one else understands the missing parts. There is a school of thought that they should be played as people with mental illnesses. I do not allow that at my table, because I think it is disingenuous to represent mental illness that you do not personally have, and also a potential violation of safety at the table to play someone with mental illness in a way that may be triggering to other players at my table. So I just don't allow it. But that being said, Malkavian is also one of my favorite clans to play because they just have so much nuance to them. It's delicious. Then we have Nosferatu. They are the clan of the hidden. They are the monsters on the outside. They are the lepers, the sewer rats, the ones who can't go and walk in normal, polite society for fear of breaking the masquerade with their sheer presence. If you have ever played Bloodlines, you will know that playing a Nosferatu character is to play on hard mode. It really, really is. And then we come down to the Ravnos. These are daredevils. They are travelers. They have to go from place to place because they can't spend 2 nights in the same spot for their haven. They like to dance with death and win, potentially. Actually, they don't really care much if they win, so long as it's a good time. They are based on, again, they've got some historical basis in some problematic material, which if you are not familiar with, don't even worry about it. They are presented as a wonderful clan in V5, and I absolutely adore them. And then the Salubri. These are an interesting bunch. There's only about 9 of them in the world in total, allegedly. They are soul thieves to some. They are cyclopses to others. That's right, they have a third eye, and it comes into play when they do certain things. Obviously, because of their rarity, they are very sought after. They are very tasty, allegedly, to other vampires. We've got the Ministry. Now, again, if you're familiar with older versions or editions of Vampire the Masquerade, these would be your followers of Set. They are now known as the Clan of Lies, the Serpents, the Faith Clan. They are ready with a smile and a double-edged blade if you want to take what they are offering. The Thin Bloods. Now, there used to be a story that the end of vampires would come when the time of the Thin Bloods rose. These are vampires who have been embraced recently, and apparently the magic of Cain is so diluted in their system as to be virtually non-existent. They're seen as almost half-breeds, Thin Bloods, Duskborn, weaklings. They're a ill-begotten omen to some and a sign of the end times for others. They are very prevalent in modern knights, and they're very, very interesting characters to play. Then we have the Toreador. Now, if you are familiar with any vampire story out there, if your idea of a vampire is alluring and sexy and dangerous and delightful and enraptured with everything that's beautiful, that would be a toreador. They are the clan of the rose. They are divas. They are artistes. They are hedonists. They search out anything that they can patronize as a patron of the arts, whatever that art may be to the particular toreador. Then we have the Tremere. Now, the Tremere are the clan that everyone loves to hate because they didn't start off as vampires. They used to be mages. And the story goes that the very first Tremere stole vampirism from our next clan, actually. They are called the usurpers. They are called warlocks. They wield blood sorcery, not unlike the Hecata wield their oblivion magic or necromancy. They are a splintered clan. But then, in these modern nights, who doesn't have a little dysfunction in their family, right? Then we've got the Tzimisce. These are known as dragons, as the old clan. If you think of Dracul, this would be your clan. They are possessive. They are traditionalists mostly. What is theirs, but they are happy to share under the auspices of hospitality. And if you do not reciprocate as a good guest, then I feel sorry for you, quite frankly. They were also the clan that allegedly the first Tremere stole vampirism from. But I wasn't there, so I can't say whether it was or wasn't. And we're going to round out our clans with the Ventrue. Now, these guys believe in the divine right of kings, essentially. They believe that by the virtue of their vitae, or kindred blood, they are made to rule. They are the clan of kings. They are the blue bloods. They are the patricians or the warlords from days gone by. And they don't mind telling you exactly what their lineage is. They want to rule with an iron fist, and if you step out of line, they will absolutely tell you to get back in. So they are your clans. We are going to go and take a look at the character maker now. So obviously, as you can see, I've made a few characters, folks. But once you hit the character... hang on a second. I need to check something. I may have been lying to you. Oh, damn it. I thought there was a homebrew thing. There is not a homebrew thing yet. It's on its way. My apologies. Oh, you think that's a lot of characters? Like I said, I use this a lot. I really enjoy using this. I've got 86. So, drum roll please, chat. We are going to make our 69th character. So you press create character and then it brings up, even though you are in a particular nexus, you've actually kind of jumped out into sort of a halfway space. And it allows you the option to choose the system and setting that you want to make your character in. So we are going to choose Vampire the Masquerade. You have to realize, Kaz, I have also written multiple one-shots and have 5 to 6 characters for each of those. I play multiple characters and I use it very much as a testing ground for character types and character options to see whether or not they play well together. When I'm writing an NPC, I may sometimes make them in Demiplane just to see whether or not what I'm thinking is going to make sense. No problem. I will make sure that the VOD is available for you, Kaz. Thank you so much for swinging by. So, when you hit the VTM character builder, this is what you're going to see. You can create a kindred. You've got your steps on the left-hand side, your initial preferences, so you can make a character name. You can take a look at the pre-gen characters, so that Bruja and Toreador that we saw earlier. You can take a look at what age you might like your character to be, and a few different pre-gen portraits, or you can upload your own. So if you've got your own character art or art that you're using as a token on a map or something like that, you can upload that as well. There are also additional character preferences, which we won't play with right now, but there is a book called In Memoriam, which gives you options for characters of a slightly older version called Ancilla. They are older, they have seen the passage of time, and so do have a slightly different rule set for additional options that are available to them. But we will forego that. Now, we are going to name our character. I'm looking at a bunch of names here. Justinia. We are going to name them Justinia Fargo. And we're going to make this a childer. So in V5, you cannot have an elder. You cannot have a very, very old character. As you can see, the oldest you can have is about 100 years old. There is an in-world story around that, but we can get into that later. So realistically, you can have any character from in the last 15 years and they will be a childer. You can have a character embraced somewhere between 50 and 15 years ago and they will be considered a neonate. And then you've got an Ancilla who was embraced 50 or 100 years ago, like in that space of time. We are going to go with a childer just to keep things simple. And you can see already that there is a selection made, there are adjustments made to what is available for you based off the rule set and what is available for a character of your age. So we have one additional blood potency. We'll get into that in a little bit. So let's begin, shall we? Actually, let's give her a face. There we go. Where'd my music go? Give me my music. Thank you. All right. So, a little bit about clans. It's your essential lineage. You are made by another vampire, therefore you become a member of that clan, unless something goes wrong, in which case you become a Kaituf or a Thin Blood. Okay, so we get a little bit of a write-up, which is really nice. It gives you a thorough investigation of what it means to choose a clan. Now, if you're coming from a D&D basis, you will know that it's all very, I am the hero, I want to play this character type, I want to be able to do X, therefore I will construct my character around that. World of Darkness is based on a storytelling system, and therefore the person you are playing matters more than what you have available to you. For that reason, there are normally a bunch of questions that can be asked in and around your character concept before you even get to this stage. So if anyone would like to investigate what that might look like, you can come to the World of Darkness or Paradox Interactive website, scroll down and take a look at, there is the Vampire the Masquerade clan quiz, which is really, really great, and asks you a bunch of questions about scenarios, and then at the end gives you a fun little your clan blah blah blah. There is also a where is it? I can't remember. I believe it's at Renegade. This isn't it, but let's take a look. Oh, that's very bright. It's very, very bright. So, Renegade has the official distribution license for Vampire the Masquerade, as you can see. So one of the things that I find absolutely invaluable, especially for players who are new to the setting, is, here we go, character development questions. And what they are is just a few questions about the type of person you were before you were embraced, what sorts of things did they like to do, what happened the night that they died, did they know their sire, did they not know their sire? Alternatively, you can get the Vampire the Masquerade, oh, can I do it that way? Yes, character journal. And what this does, it's a beautiful book, by the way, but it is a journal for you if you're playing a chronicle to like actually fill out. It's got a bunch of resources and a bunch of questions that you can actually journal out. So if you've got time before your session 0 or whatever, then you can actually go through and really build a thorough, robust, considered person who happens to be a vampire. So it starts with, at first glance, those who see me enter response, and allows you to like really build an idea of your character without thinking of them as a vampire first, because so much of being a vampire in this setting is actually tethered heavily to your humanity. So you, in order to play that relationship, you need to have a really good idea of what they were, who they were as a human first. What connections did they have to their family? How strong was their bond to their friends? What did they like to do outside of school or work or whatever? Those parts of your character building are super, super important. What was your date of birth? What was your name before you were embraced? What were you interested in? My family growing up was ... on the night of my embrace, and we're looking at a double-page spread for that. So go into detail. We've got a section on my sire, so the person who made me a vampire. So if you're looking to play a character for a longer term than just a one-shot, this is a really good investment. Otherwise, head to the Renegade Game Studio website and get those character development questions. It's a free download. Highly recommend them to get you thinking about the person your character was. And the reason why that is so important at this stage of character creation is because clans will have a preference for who they bring into the fold. Some clans are very, very picky about who they embrace. The Hecata generally will only embrace within the family, quite literally, the term family, or someone who is deemed exceptionally interesting or still skilled or talented. And so, you know, when you're thinking about your character, you need to think, why would the Hecata want to embrace me? What skills or talents could I bring to the Banu Hakim? Why did the Nosferatu think it would be a good idea to embrace me? Who did I piss off? What talents did I showcase before my Malkavian sire thought to embrace me into the Clan of the Moon? Was I a tarot reader? Was I particularly skilled? Did I already receive, you know, downloads from the universe? Of all the million bankers in the world, why did my Ventru sire think to embrace me? What research was I conducting when I caught the eye of my Tremere sire? Those sorts of things. Obviously, those are cliches. You can always play against type as well. That's also kind of interesting. But I think for your first few goes, understanding who you are as a person, reading the different clans and going, oh, they'd be interested in this kind of a person or this kind of a person. Does my character idea fit that? Nope, cool. Let's go find someone else who does. That is a generally good way of doing it. So, taking a look at the Banu Hakim, as I said, they are seen as assassins, they are seen as mediators, as justice bringers. The judges of the Banu Hakim are torn between their hereditary thirst for vampiric blood and their passion for justice. They're stern adjudicators, and they are fiercely devoted to upholding a moral code. They tend to embrace mortals who are capable of assessing and handling threats, enforcing laws and traditions, and punishing transgressors. So, police officers, judges, mercenaries who are sent into war-torn areas, UN peacemakers, that sort of a thing. But obviously there are other ideas that you could come up with that would suit their particular needs. Their particular disciplines are blood sorcery, don't tell the Tremere, celerity, and obfuscate, so going fast and not being seen. Their bane, which is the curse of their clan, is blood addiction. So when they taste the blood of another vampire or K-Knight, they find it very hard to stop. There are mechanisms around that come into play. Their compulsion is judgment. So sometimes when you botch a dice roll, this may come into play. The vampire is compelled to punish anyone seen to transgress against their personal creed, taking their blood as just vengeance for the crime. Now, obviously, the Banu Hakim have a sense of justice overall, but a personal moral code is super, super important to these vampires. So if your character idea maybe is a bit more loosey-goosey with the law, or, you know, doesn't mind stepping on toes, doesn't have that really strong moral backbone, maybe this isn't the clan for them. We get a little bit of an idea around some lore of the clan itself, a little bit of narrative, and then it goes into like who they really are, how they operate in society, a little bit of first-hand kind of idea of how they operate in mortal society as well. So a few different pieces from across different sources. And then we get into some archetypes. So a law student, a union chief, an arbiter, a hired gun, or a blood scholar. Gives you a write-up of their disciplines and their bane and their clan compulsion. And also a little bit of what might be available to you through character creation if you decided to choose this particular clan. And again, because I've got a lot, well, I've got all of the sources for this game in Demiplane, there's a lot of information here. Obviously yours will get culled if you don't have them. But yeah, this will give you in a snapshot the entire information that you could possibly need before choosing this particular clan. Let's take a look at Brujas, shall we? So, the rabble rebel against power and rage against tyranny. Their disciplines are celerity, going fast, potence, being able to punch hard, and presence, being alluring or dispelling people's attention. Their bane is a violent temper, so the blood of the bourgeois simmers with barely contained rage, exploding at the slightest provocation, and then it gets in a little bit into the mechanics of what that would actually look like. It's part roleplay, part actual dice penalties. Your compulsion is rebellion. So the vampire takes a stand against whatever or whomever they see as the status quo in the situation. Whether that's their leader, a viewpoint expressed by a potential vessel, or just the task they were supposed to do at the moment. And again, we go into a little bit of who they are, the archetypes, so the cancer in the system, the voice of the people, the blood worshipper, the trolling punk, or the monster in disguise. A little bit more of information in and around what choosing this clan might bring to your character. Now, the bourgeois operate in both the Camarilla and the Anarch sects, which are your political affiliations, for want of a better term. So depending on what sect you want your character to be embedded in may lead to different types of characters that you might want to play if you decide you want to play a bourgeois. Then we get to the caitiff, however you want to say it. These vampires exhibit no discernible lineage. They're vampires without a clan, essentially. They're generally distrusted because they're not seen as belonging to a group. They're scorned for their lack of lineage, but also feared because other kindred just don't know what they're capable of. The jacks of all trades but masters of none, and they make their way in society free from ancestry and expectations, which is kind of liberating. So not all kindred inherit the curse of one of the 13 clans. Some don't care what their lineage is. And these sorts of kindred would tend to become the caitiff. They're pure vampires, so they're not like their thin blood counterparts, but they lose the inheritance of a disciplined group, and they don't have a bane necessarily. So that lack of respect, that lack of position in kindred society comes with a definitive sense of freedom in that they can choose whatever they want to be. However, it does come at a cost. We'll get into that in a little bit. So your archetypes for a caitiff are: I was raised on the streets, I'm an abuse survivor, I'm helplessly overestimated, I'm a secret caitiff. So you could be a caitiff something happened when the embrace happened, and I'm just pretending to be a member of my clan. Shh, don't tell anyone. Or you're an unwanted child. So someone embraced you, never bonded to the blood, and your side's just like, meh, go do your own thing. I don't care. Because caitiffs don't have a clan, they have access to up to 3 disciplines of their choice. However, the cost for excelling or getting additional strengths in those disciplines is higher because you don't have the tether of the blood helping you. So you're having to expend more experience to get better at them. Yeah, that's kind of the payoff. You can choose whatever you want to be good at, but it's going to cost you more, kind of thing. Now, likewise with not having a Bane because they don't belong to a clan, there is a flip side to not having that Bane, and they begin with a flaw, which we will get into in a little bit, of suspect. It's only 1 dot, and you can't try and negate that with other character additions, so advantages or benefits. It is what it is, and it simply must be. So, a little bit about caitiffs. They are not welcome in the Camarilla, because the Camarilla operates on structure, on hierarchy, of knowing where everyone belongs. The caitiffs stand apart from that and can't be trusted because of that. They can't be kept under heel. They can't be brought back in line because there's no hierarchy to bring them into line in the first place. So they are not accepted generally into the Camarilla, and that might bring into play that secret caitiff that was mentioned a little bit earlier, in that, you know, no one knows I'm a caitiff and I'm just going to hang out with my clan. So that might be something that you want to consider if you want to play a caitiff. They can be a lot of fun, but there are downsides to playing them. Gangrel. Often closer to beasts than other vampires, the Gangrel style themselves as apex predators. These ferals prowl the wilds as easily as the urban jungle, and no clan of vampires can match their ability to endure, survive, and thrive in any environment. Often fiercely territorial, their shape-shifting abilities even give the undead pause. So their disciplines are animalism. As a general rule, animals don't like undead things. They see them as a bit not right. But with the powers of animalism, you can help overcome some of that. Fortitude, resilience, strengthening yourself against attacks, and protean, the ability to change how your body reacts to certain things by way of making claws or seeing in the dark, that sort of a thing. The Gangrel Bane is bestial features. So in Frenzy, which is a state of being once certain things are triggered, Gangrels gain 1 or more animal features, a physical trait, a smell, or perhaps a behavioural tick. These features last for 1 more night afterwards. So you get them, and then you'll have them the subsequent night, lingering like a hangover following debauchery. Compulsion. Feral impulses. Returning to an animalistic state, the vampire regresses to a point where speech is hard, clothes are uncomfortable, and arguments are often best settled with teeth and claws. So as you can understand, say you're at a high society Camarilla party, maybe invoking your feral impulses or your compulsion is not really the best thing to happen in that kind of situation, but it can be an awful lot of fun. So some archetypes for Clan Gangrel. The uncaged jailbird, the adventurer, the folk favourite, the director of the board. There is a subsect of Gangrels who thrive in city environments. Or the unrepentant beast. I haven't played a Gangrel in such a long time. They are a lot of fun. Gangrel can survive in either the Camarilla or the Anarch settings. They tend to be a little bit more welcomed in the Anarchs than in the Camarilla, depending on how well they behave themselves. Now, my all-time favourite clan, well, the clan in which my all-time favourite clan now resides, Hecata. A motley collection of necromantic vampire bloodlines, the Hecata clan are united in the pursuit of a single subject: death. They are students of the afterlife and resurrectionists of the dead, or worse. Selling their services to the highest bidder or acting in their own interests, there are few who can hide from the surveillance of those who can summon and command the very spirits of the deceased. Their disciplines are auspex, so being able to see a lot better or beyond certain restrictions. Fortitude, making yourself more resilient and stronger. And oblivion, being able to tap into, command and summon the essence of the underworld, oblivion. Their bane is a painful kiss. Steeped in death, the fangs of the Hecata bring not bliss, like many other clans do, but agony. Victims caught unawares will violently resist unless restrained, and few people submit willingly to the torture that is the Hecata kiss. Their compulsion is morbidity, so their blood urges them to study the individuals around them, looking for illness or frailty or perhaps signs of impending death. Now, not unlike jumping into D&D for the first time, grabbing a Hecata character who is a known necromancer and a wielder of oblivion, or a Tremere who is well known for blood sorcery par excellence, is very difficult, and comes with a bunch of addendums that you need to keep in your head at all times. So you can play a Hecata who does not indulge in necromancy. It's interesting. The whole kiss not being normal reminds me of how much I enjoy playing Lamia. Lamia is so much fun. So much fun. It made me super, super sad when I was going and playing V20 that Lamia existed, but Cappadocians didn't. Historically, the Lamia were a guardians, essentially, of my all-time favourite clan from the Dark Ages. That's a story for another day. So yes, the Hecata are a lot of fun. There are a lot of different bloodlines because of their story of the family reunion that you can delve into. There is, as with all clans, there is a lot of lore. You don't need to know all of it to play a fun Hecata character for a one-shot, but it does definitely help. Which brings us to La Sombra. Now, being the other wielders of Oblivion in V5, these guys are subtly at odds with mundane reality. They are expected to triumph at any cost. Ruthlessness is a sought-after trait in progeny, making their reputation as betraying interlopers well deserved. Most do not seek attention, preferring to act as puppeteers or powers behind the proverbial throne. To a shadow, the end will justify any means. So their disciplines are dominate, that kind of speaks for itself, oblivion, tapping into the abyss and wielding it, and potence, making themselves stronger. Their bane is a distorted image. When viewed in a reflective surface or a recording medium, their image appears distorted, sometimes almost invisible. Whether flickering, twisted, or transparent, their reflection betrays their undead state and lineage. Compulsion is ruthlessness, so to the La Sombra, failure is just not an option. Their blood will urge them to any act conceivable to reach their goals, whether in the moment or in Byzantine plots lasting centuries. So if you're familiar with older versions of Vampire the Masquerade, you may have been familiar with the La Sombra not casting a reflection in mirrors. In V5, that is a little rewritten, obviously, with the wealth of recording devices. That wasn't going to really cut it in Modern Knights. So instead, there is this flickering sort of image, almost as though the device itself is not malfunctioning, but the impression of the individual is, if that makes sense. So taking a look at some of the archetypes of La Sombra, we've got the activist, the legate, the masquerade Templar, religion's parasites. So the history of La Sombra is they are very interlocked with the church, ridiculously so. And then the winner at life. La Sombra are a lot of fun to play. Again, you don't need to know about Oblivion and what it offers a character to be able to play them, so long as you're ready to play someone ruthless and someone who believes that the ends justify the means. Ends justify the means, yes. Winning at any cost, really. On to Malkavian. Derided as lunatics by other vampires, the blood of the Malkavians lets them perceive and foretell truths hidden from others. Like the wise madmen of poetry, their fractured perspective stems from seeing too much of the world all at once. From understanding too deeply and feeling emotions that are just too strong to bear. So it's not that they are mad, it's not that they've got a splintered view of the world in their mirrors, it is that they see everything, they feel everything, they are aware of everything, not just the here and now, but the future, the past, everything, all at once. And that's going to mess with somebody's head, because how do you know what is here and now? Yes, Kaz, one of the things about the La Sombra, sorry, just going back to them for a second, is part of their embrace process is that the sire will strip everything away from their lives prior to embrace, so that they have nothing, just to see how resilient they truly are. Vampires are not kind creatures, even when they think they're being kind, and the La Sombra, doubly so. Oh, it absolutely is a big part of them. That is one of the reasons why when the La Sombra came to go to join the Camarilla, because they weren't always with the Camarilla, a lot of princes said, yeah, sure, you can come and join, but bring me the head of your sire. And why so many children were like, bet, cool, I'm down with that. Because again, the ends justify the means. I want in with that party. Oh, I've got to bring you my dad. Yeah, no problem. Sure. All right. Malkavians. Their bane is a fractured perspective, so all Malkavians are cursed with at least one type of supernatural mental derangement. Depending on their history and the state of their mind at death, they may experience delusions, visions of terrible clarity, or something entirely different. Now, a good storyteller, ordinarily I would not put a disclaimer on shit like this. Or rather I would say, you know, at your storyteller's discretion, this may or may not be a thing. No, a good storyteller will sit down with you if you say you want to make a Malkavian character and ask you why. And you need to be absolutely freaking clear with why you want to play a Malkavian. I don't even think it's a hot take anymore. My personal opinion, and basically the rule at any of my tables, is you want to play a Malkavian, you're not mad. You may present as mad, people may think you're mad, but you are not mad. And you need to be 100% assured in the knowledge that you are not mad. You can be paranoid. You can have delusions, but you need to know who you are at the end of the day, and not just do stuff for the fun of playing a crazy character. This is one of the most historically unfortunate and problematic clans, and it's sad because they've always been oracles. It's just everyone who wanted to lean in to it's what my character would do would go and play them as just a completely off the chain type of character, completely chaotic, and gave Malkavians a bad name. I don't think they did though, Kaz. I don't think they pulled back on the madness aspect and just called it derangement. They were always seen as not being mad. They were never mad. It was perhaps the language at the time that was used, but it was always stemming from they saw everything at all points in time and history and space all at once. And the human brain is not made to handle that much information. But yeah, the amount of stories I've heard from storytellers, from other players who are like, oh my God, Malkavian players, they're the worst. I'm like, I'm standing right here, guys. I play a Malkavian. What? One of my favorite characters is a Malkavian. She is not mad. She has paranoia, and that is her derangement, but she is not mad. She is one of the most clear-headed characters I have ever played. Their compulsion is delusion, so their extrasensory gifts run wild, and the vampire might experience truths or portents, but others would see them as figments of imagination. And obviously that gets pulled up with how their hunger is tracking. Exactly. A great Malkavian can make a really, really good coterie and a really good game. As a storyteller, sometimes Malkavians are my favorite characters to have at the table, because if the rest of the coterie just isn't getting it, you can send a vision through the Malkavian character. They have something available where you can do that. And it's not forcing their hand, it's just hey guys, you really need to turn left. I know you're thinking right might be the way to go, but please turn left. And you can serve that up using that character as a vehicle. They are such a delight to have at the table when they're played correctly. So, Malkavian archetypes: an influencing presence, a medium, a bad analyst, a fanatic, or a pure blood addict. These are all a lot of fun. I have had a fanatic at my table. I have had an oracle, so a medium type character. I've also had a bad analyst, so she was a business analyst and was in, I want to say, like risks, or like she worked in a bank and she would do like assessments on what businesses were ripe for takeover, that kind of a thing, but would get it horribly wrong. But then when they went and did more digging into the books and stuff, realized that the business had been covering up stuff so they could be blackmailed for the takeover. And she would get the numbers wrong every time, but there was always something that would be uncovered in the investigation of the business. That was her that was her little thing. And that was just a delight to have at my table. It was so good. So good. There was one time in a session where she was like, I don't know why, guys, but I feel like we need to go to the restaurant. And everyone's like, what restaurant? That one. And everyone's like, well, we don't know what we're going to find, but she's never completely sent us in the wrong direction? Question mark. And so they ended up at the restaurant. I had nothing prepared for the restaurant. I didn't even know there was a restaurant until she said that restaurant. But it was one of those delightful yes and moments between her and me as the storyteller. It was like, all right, I guess this is where the story's going then. Cool. And not mad, just my instincts have never sent me wrong and we need to go over there. Okay. It was just a lot of fun. So yes, if you're going to play a Malkavian, please do some reading. Please be mindful. Don't fall into the trope of using DID as a fallback. It's done to death. No one enjoys it. It's so disrespectful of people who do have that disorder. Just be better people if you're going to try and play a Malkavian. Dissociative identity disorder. So not splintered personalities, but personalities brought about by dissociating from input, basically. Right. My second love, the Nosferatu. I played a Nosferatu on camera for 3 years and I loved every freaking moment of it. I hated the makeup. I love the Nosferatu. They are a freaking delight, even when they're horrible. So, the Nosferatu wear their curse on the outside. Most of our other clans that we've talked about might not look like humans. Every now and then, the Nosferatu never look like humans. So their bodies are horribly twisted and deformed throughout the embrace. In fact, it can take up to a week or a month for them to finish transforming as their body completely remakes themselves. It is painful, it is horrible, it is agonizing, and it's a part of the process that makes them the way they are. Why be a Nosferatu when you could be a Yes-Feratu? Thanks, Antipodon. That was terrible. Welcome to the chat. They lurk on the fringes of most cities. They act as spies and brokers of information. Using animals and their own supernatural capacity to hide, nothing escapes the eyes of the so-called sewer rats. Their disciplines are animalism, so again, getting au fait with our furry and fin friends. Obfuscate, the ability to hide. And potence, the ability to make yourself a little bit stronger. Their bane is repulsiveness. They are hideous and vile. All Nosferatu are physically deformed in some way by their embrace. Some can still pass for mortal, while others are absolutely walking breaches of the masquerade. Most Nosferatu employ powers of misdirection to mask their hideous appearance when amongst others. Their compulsion is cryptophilia. The need to know permeates the vampire. They become consumed with hunger for secrets, to know that which a few or no one knows, almost as strong as their need for blood. They also refuse to share secrets with others except in strict trade for greater ones. Information is their bread and butter. Always has been, always will be for the Nosferatu. Their embrace is sometimes used as a punishment. There is a well-documented subset of Nosferatu who once upon a time used to be very beautiful and are often embraced as punishment for their vanity or vainglory. There is also a subset, a bloodline called the Cleopatras. who are very much like that, but sometimes it is just used as a punishment. There is a line used by a lot of Nosferatu that we're ugly on the outside, but all other vampires are ugly on the inside. So what archetypes do we have for the Nosferatu? Well, we've got the information hub. We've got the domain gumshoe, so an investigator. We've got more animal than man, so maybe looking like a rat boy. What they lack in looks, they make up with cunning and guile. They absolutely freaking do. And their ability to hide and use animals to get into places means that they are very capable of listening in on pretty much anything. It's a good rule of thumb to always assume that there are at least 2 Nosferatu in the room at any given moment. We've also got Hunter of Monsters. So, having operated with having operated with animals, they can smash through walls, whatever. They get to where they need to go. Excuse me. And we've got the rat, so the rat boy. You might see one, but you very rarely see the second. Precisely. Again, with the misdirection. Thank you. So, one of the reasons why they're called the sewer rats is because obviously they can't operate above ground where all the people are. It would be a walking masquerade breach. So they do quite often go and live with the sewer dwellers. They go and live with the rats. Spend enough time down there, everyone's skin gets a little bit paler. You know, you spend enough time with rats, you're going to grow some whiskers. It's not outside the realm of possibility that in that week or month or however long of transformation, they get a little bit more rat-like. Now, the Nosferatu are one of those clans that are respected for what they can do and repelled for what they look like. So, to that end, So with the V5, do you go that they are not a masquerade breach? That really depends on certain things that the player chooses. If they are older, if they are choosing to play an Ancile, I will say yes, they are very close to a masquerade breach. If they don't take steps to either hide their appearance, so a big hoodie or something like that, I would say too many people get eyes on and they will absolutely start investigating a little bit more, especially if they look more animalistic than perhaps other Nosferatu. If they're playing a younger vampire, maybe they just look like a crusty acne-scarred kid. But yeah, it really depends on that kind of choice, and also what other advantages, merits, that sort of a thing they choose to take. My approach as a storyteller is a little more involved than what others might be, in that I will sit down with a player and go, tell me about the person. Tell me what you're thinking they did before they were a human, and go and have that conversation. We don't even have a character sheet picked sitting by. It's just, tell me about the person they were. Why would they do this? What would they do in this situation? And then I will make recommendations for them to go and read and go, hey, maybe you want to look at this. Maybe you want to have a think about that. Take a look at this bloodline. It might be interesting for you. Character choices are completely up to them, but if they do make a choice and present me with a character sheet that will break the player's ability to bring that character to life in the setting, I will tell them. I will say, look, this is going to make it really hard for you to do X, Y, and Z. Is that something you want to take on? So if they want to play an older Nosferatu who is repulsive, has a mythic block, absolutely illiterate, it is going to make it very, very difficult for you to operate above ground with the rest of a coterie, knowing that you need to go to a nightclub. Have you thought about how you're going to navigate this? If you haven't, do you want to go and rethink your character? What have we got? There's a good chance I end up playing a Gangrel at midnight in a few weeks. Gangrels are fun to play. Not everyone has to play a Ventrue or Toreador. Abso-freaking-not. Like I said, Nosferatu are so much fun to play. I have been blessed in that the Nosferatu I've played have been older, so have had a lot of Obfuscate in their kit. So I have been able to just go invisible. It's been a lot of fun. But if you're a newer player, it's playing on hard mode, folks. Like your Hokada and your Tremere, who wield magics, is hard because you've got more to think of. Nosferatu is just baseline hard because you can't go everywhere. You've got to think about what your appearance is going to do to the people you encounter. Hunters are going to be looking for you. So yes, Nosferatu is playing on hard mode, but it is a damn lot of fun. Ravnos. Now, these are the masters of misdirection. They prefer not to fight or bleed for something that they can obtain through subtler means. They can charm, they can vanish within the same mortal breath. And those, once fooled, quickly learn to question their very senses when in the company of ravens. They're always on the move. Ravnos can never rest in the same place for long, lest their curse light them afire as they slumber. Their disciplines are animalism, again, communicating with animals. Ravnos did indeed get a rework. It was very necessary. Obfuscate, they can hide, but they also have presence, so they can make themselves alluring or dispel people at will. Their bane is doomed. The sun's fire that incinerated their founder rages through the blood of the clan, erupting from their very flesh if they ever settle down for long. So, story time. The Ravnos had, a progenitor who was very, very powerful. Very, very powerful. And there is a little event we like to call the Week of Nightmares, where it got so bad that this guy was going around nuking people, essentially, that it took a bunch of mages. Yes, mages exist in the world of darkness. They are able to alter reality and bend it to their will. A bunch of mages essentially made a nuclear bomb from orbit to kill one guy. Wasn't that bad? It's called the Week of Nightmares. Not that bad. I mean, nuking him from orbit, it's the only way to be sure. Like, to be fair, they had tried almost everything else. He is was such a wielder of illusions. And like, when I say illusions, not just, oh, that's a cute trick. He wielded illusions that were so powerful that a group of people, a mass of people, would think, touch, feel, smell everything as though it was real. It was indeed what broke the Gangrel from the Camarilla in story time. But yes, anyway. So because of that fire that supposedly killed their antediluvian, the Ravnos are now cursed with the presence of that fire. And if they sleep in the same place twice, they do risk burning in their sleep. Oh, I love VTM lore. It's one of the reasons why I've been playing this game for 20, 25 years, something like that. It's delicious, and it just gets more chaotic, more weird, and more delightful with every revelation. And I also adore the idea that vampires are their own worst narrator. And the unreliable narrator is thick with a double C at the end in World of Darkness. It's delicious. Their compulsion is tempting fate. So the vampires, driven by their blood to court danger, putting themselves and others at risk, they will court destruction for the sake of flair and panache. You found your headphones! Hooray! Do it! Do it! Read 1991 Player's Guide. It's a mess. I love it. So, if you haven't guessed, the Ravnos have been severely rewritten for V5. They are still a fuck ton of fun to play. They were also quite problematic, given that they were based on essentially a myth, a racist myth surrounding a group of people. And that has been reworked so that they are no longer following that racist trope, essentially. One of the things that does get a lot of backlash for V5 is, it's so woke now. Like, okay, edgelord, calm your farm. If you want to go and play a douche canoe, go be a douche canoe, just not at my table. I don't care for that. Thank you very much. As someone with Romani blood flowing through my veins, you can fuck right off with that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Do I own the Gypsies book? Yes, I do, because I am a completionist and I will have it in my collection because I need to have it in my collection. I don't read it. So yes, did we go past? We didn't. We're finding the archetypes. Calm your blood farm. I'm stealing that, Antipodean. Yeah, when they were created in that period where edgelording and going hard was a thing, and they really did not age well. So, Ravnos archetypes. We've got the Midnight Motorcycle Courier, which is a character type I'm yet to play, but I want to so much. An operative for hire, a travel agent, an antiquarian, which is a type that I have played. They are a lot of fun. If you like the additional challenge of like having to find a new spot to sleep every night, which can be fun. Like, it can be a lot of fun. It's delightful. That sentiment reminds me of that one TV show where a guy buys and collects certain historical dictators' paintings. Exclusively to burn them. Yeah. Yes. So the Banu Hakim also got a really good... I mean, they all got a really good rewrite, I think, for modern sensibilities. But yeah, the Banu Hakim is another good example of a really strong rewrite that has benefited the ability to play the clan for a modern audience, I think. All right. Salubri. So, these are special snowflakes. Most of their kind lost to undead usurpers. The highly desirable blood of the hunted salubri is a prize to other vampires. This and their reluctance to embrace makes them rare in modern knights. They often recruit those on the edge of death, believing their curse can provide the worthy a second chance, and they count some of the most humane vampires amongst their ranks. The disciplines? I mean, salubri, snowflake, it's the same thing. Yeah. Their disciplines are auspex. They can see more than is just here. Dominate, they can make you do, see, feel things. And fortitude, they can make themselves a little bit stronger. Their bane is hunted. Kindred of other clans especially appreciative of salubri vitae will hunt them down. When a non-salubri partakes of the blood of a cyclops, they often find it very difficult to pull themselves away. And that, in my table at least, goes doubly so for the Banu Hakim, who already have a problem when it comes to the vitae of other kindred. If you've ever seen a Banu Hakim taste the blood of a salubri, it's all over for that salubri, basically. There has been one time where they didn't completely partake. Tremere and salubri have a lot to discuss. They just need to start the talking. Well, I don't think the salubri are going to start that conversation off, quite frankly. Maybe the Tremere can send a nice fruit basket first. The Tremere have a lot of discussion to have with a lot of different clans. Their compulsion is effective empathy. The kindred becomes overwhelmed with empathy for a personal problem that afflicts someone in the scene, seeking to further its resolution. And to that end, they will be committed to finding resolution for that problem at the risk of everything else happening in that scene. So, there are very few salubri in the world. By some accounts, only 9. And so they will be very rare to find at a table. You will be hard pressed to find a storyteller who will just go, oh, sure, we can have a table full of salubri, unless it's, designed that way. A little sorry note right next to the Banu card. Sorry we diablerized your sire. So, salubri archetypes. We've got Seeker of Truth, the Unwilling Healer, the Monster Against Monsters, and the Spy for Hire. All delicious archetypes to play. Really, really are. You might want to play a salubri if you're looking for someone to fly under the radar who is not wanting to play into the archetypal I'm a vampire nonsense. Someone who wants to court danger more than a Ravnos. And someone who is comfortable with being at death's door every second that you are existing. That's basically where a salubri sits. But they are a lot of fun to play. Ministry, again, got a very big rewrite, but the Ministry always has something to offer. This often cult-like clan recruits those able to employ temptation as a weapon. They embrace those with the will and means to sway, entrap, and ultimately liberate their targets from whatever they seek, the victim's possessions, allegiance, or even faith. To the serpents, everything has a price. Their disciplines are obfuscate, so they can hide. presence, so they can be quite alluring or deflecting. And protean, they can change parts of their body at will. The bane for the ministry is that they abhor light. When exposed to direct illumination, whether natural or artificial, members of the clan will recoil. Their compulsion is transgression. Set, the great snake, serpent that he is, teaches that everyone's minds and spirit are bound by invisible chains of their own making. Their blood chafing at these bindings, the minister suffers a burning need to break them. You might want to play a member of the ministry if you are looking to be the tempter, the snake oil salesman, the evangelical preacher who, for only 4 payments of $9.99, you too can get a bottle of holy oil. You know, they have what you need and can get it to you in fast record time. If only you'll give them just a little taste of your blood. Sometimes it's faith, sometimes it's sex, sometimes it's drugs. Whatever you need, baby, they can get it for you. You just got to have a little something for them in return. So we've got archetypes of a faith healer, a lifetime fraud, so someone who does the long con, conspiracy debunker, a mouth of the gods, and an entrepreneurial archaeologist. Yes, that's right. Someone who will go for digs and grab stuff and go and sell it. Look, the ministry has a long, tawdry history of being whatever anybody needs at any time. And while they aren't as despised as the Tremere, no one really trusts them. And that's with good reason. So if you wanted to play a member of the ministry, you would need to be comfortable with being not completely brought into the fold of the group that you're playing with, always held at arm's reach with secrets. You would need to be searching your coterie members for things that you can maybe, like a chink in their armor that you can get in and maybe offer them something that they need. They are a very, very interesting clan. You do see them operate with the Camarilla occasionally. It's mostly needs-based. But they do tend to do more work with the Anarchs. So if you are in a Camarilla based game, you might find it better if you're going with, you know, a fixer type character, someone who can get you what you need when you need it, and has a really great network for finding those things. Always read the fine print when dealing with the ministry. I mean, with any vampire, really. No problem, Tao. Mwah. Thank you for lurking. Oh, the Camarilla will tolerate anybody if there is something that they can get out of it. Now we get on to the bastard children of the vampires, the thin blood or the duskborn. So neither entirely vampire nor mortal, the ever-changing nature of the duskborn evokes pity, jealousy and fear in equal measure. Considered little more than trash by most vampires, the thin bloods are banding together, leveraging their resistance to sunlight and the strange mercurial adaptability of their powers against their oppressors. They don't get disciplines. They've made their own, and even then it's hard won and not everyone has it. They are thin blood alchemists. They are not ghouls 2.0. They are something else entirely. So, there is a theory that the further away from Cain you get in your generation, the thinner your blood, and therefore the less powerful you are. It's this myth that is at the center of a lot of the mechanics of Vampire the Masquerade. Unfortunately for our thin-blooded brethren, they are so far down the line that they are not considered a full vampire anymore. So they don't get clan disciplines like obfuscate to hide or presence to make themselves alluring. They're kind of squatters on the domain of the kindred. They are shunned by the Camarilla. In fact, a lot of Camarilla domains will brand them to keep tabs on how many they are. However, as a portent of doom and the end times, the Camarilla is also very quietly starting to realize that there are too many of them, and so are, you know, trying to come up with a way to, I don't know, keep them under control. There really isn't a way to do it, not with the growing numbers. So what they do instead is go, oh, they're not powerful. They don't have any power. And of course, if you're oppressed and kept out of the club for so long, you're going to make your own damned club with blackjack and hookers. And that's what the Thin Bloods have done. They've developed what's called Thin Blood alchemy, where they, not unlike actual alchemy, will take raw ingredients, they will take vitae, they will distill it and calcinate it and come up with something. It's very experimental, but there have been repeatable results, and so there are recipe books floating around. That being said, it takes a long time. It's hard-won knowledge. And those damned hunters and the damned Camarilla keep coming in and busting up their stations. So, some thin blood archetypes. Live one. You know, you're barely dead. You're a weapon of convenience. Someone made you, you were there for a reason, and then you got kicked to the curb as soon as you were no longer necessary. A guilty embrace. It's not a baby. Oh, the baby's malfunctioning. It's not a real vampire. Yeah. A natural vampire. Someone who was destined to become a vampire, or was a hunter, that sort of a thing, and then ended up getting nommed and turned. Or a redemption seeker. Someone who was turned against their will. It's a dog meat. And is desperately looking for a way to get out of this particular predicament, either back to mortaldom or up into vampiredom. They don't really care. They just don't want to be here as a thin blood anymore. I long for the day where I can play a thin blood. I really, 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 really want to play a thin blood. I would love to play a thin blood at an all thin blood table. That would be delightful. So if any storytellers out there need a thin blood, hi. Yes, you might want to play a thin blood if you like the idea of really being on the outskirts, not like the caitiff or caitiff. You might want to play a thin blood if you like the idea of being down on your luck, having to make your mark, or perhaps you just want to climb the ladder from not even being on the ladder. They have a lot of scope. Some of them can walk in the day, and that does make them useful. But yeah, they have a lot of very interesting lore surrounding them. But you need to be okay with being seen as a problem, and not in a fun way. Other vampires will see you as something to be either gotten rid of or put in a box and just forgotten about, unless you're able to show that you have a use. A table of thin bloods. Hey, there are a bunch of actual plays where everyone is thin bloods. Looking at Private Nightmares. It's quite a delicious set of circumstances where a bunch of thin bloods, like V5 has been rewritten and has rewritten the lore of Vampire the Masquerade to be very much a street level story rather than in the boardrooms and the prince's office of the city. It's very much grassroots stories at ground level, what's happening on the streets. These are real people. These are their stories. Dunk dunk kind of thing. And I feel like the Thin Bloods do that better than any other archetype, clan, Kaitef, whatever. If you want to tell the story of a city with characters, have Thin Bloods, because they will do it better than any other vampire character could, in my opinion. So yes, that is Thin Bloods. Then we've got Toreadors. Now, these are your divas. They are the clan of the rose. They're the artistes. They are the protector of the arts. They're known for their seductive nature, their enthralling demeanor, their eloquent grace to the point of obsession. Toreadors are vampires that embrace artists and lovers into their ranks, forever trying to stir their own deadened hearts. Supernaturally graceful and charming, the divas are always looking for the next thrill, leaving a detritus of discarded lovers and victims in their wake. Now, their disciplines are Auspex, being able to see well, celerity, being able to go fast, and presence, being super alluring to the point of majesty. Their bane is a aesthetic fixation. The Toreador exemplify the old saying that art in the blood takes strange forms. They desire beauty so intensely that they suffer in its absence. Get a Toreador in the sewers to go and see the Nosferatu, they are literally having a meltdown. It's kind of delightful. Their compulsion is obsession. They are enraptured by beauty, and the vampire becomes temporarily obsessed with a singular gorgeous thing, unable to think of anything else. So, who might you want to think of while you're building a Toreador character? My Gucci shoes. Indeed, friend, indeed. L'artiste. You might want a stage manager kind of archetype. Someone who pulls the strings, so to speak. The gadabout, a patron of the arts, or a thespian spy. I have also built Toreadors who are jewel thieves. The art that they strive for is the perfect heist. That sort of a thing. Art is a great many things to a great many people. And so long as you are seeing your endeavors as art, you may want to play a Toreador. They are, I'm going to say it, one of the clans that is playing on easy mode. They are beautiful. They can walk around with relative ease in society. They aren't overtly in danger of breaking the masquerade by merely existing. Their discipline powers can sometimes breach the masquerade if activated in public, but overall, if all they're doing is just going and being prancy divas in public, they're fine. A fighter, yes, absolutely. I have played a Toreador who was very much that. Oh God, what's his name from? Not House of Dragons. Game of Thrones, the Bravos fighter instructor guy. Very much him. Where the art was the dance with the sword kind of thing. And they would over and over practice their movements. Was very much a thing. And they were looking to embrace, or they were looking for permission to embrace a childer who was from their school of fightcraft, and was not given permission. And I can tell you, he was a bit of a bitch about it. What do we say to the god of death? Not today. Yes. Yeah, I essentially played him as a Toreador, and it was a butt ton of fun. I like playing archetypes because it's a quick code into getting to the mindset of that particular character. But I also really, really like playing character types that break the mold. So a Nosferatu who isn't a hacker, but is an agony art and will sit and listen to you as you bitch and moan and complain about your Domitor or your sire and the shit that they pulled at the Primogen Council, and gets information that way. You know, and a La Sombra who isn't overtly undermining you, and outwardly at least doesn't seem ruthless at all until you realize that she's been laying a trap of minor inconveniences for your entire unlife, and it's just enough of the sand in the bed for you to lose your shit at just the wrong time when the prince asks you a question. Like, that sort of stuff is really fun to play as well. But, you know, obviously that comes with knowledge of how the clan works, how to play the game, where you can push the edges, a really good conversation with your storyteller as well. Cannot stress that enough. Talk to your storyteller about your character concept, because they will get just as excited as you, I promise you. An agony art Nosferatu, emphasis on the actual agony. Ba-dum-pa-ching! With a good storyteller, yes. Basically, if a storyteller is not getting excited about you being excited about your character idea, like, it's up to you whether or not you want to play a game with that storyteller. But my attitude is, tell me more. And if I need to tell you that this conversation is getting too much because it's impinging my ability to do, I don't know, my day job, I will tell you. But yes, I will absolutely listen to your 5.5 minute voice message about your character, because I want to hear what you got. I want to hear the story, because the more hooks you give me, the more entertaining a game I can make for you. Anyway, that's the Toreador. Now, the clan everyone loves to hate, the Tremere. So, the arcane clan Tremere were once a house of mortal mages who sought immortality but found only undeath. As vampires, they perfected ways to bend their own blood to their will, employing their sorceries to master and ensorcel both the mortal and vampire world. Their power makes them valuable, but few vampires trust their scheming ways. Their disciplines are Auspex, blood sorcery, and dominate. All the plot hooks the character can bring to a plot. Oh my god, yes. There is no point in me building a story if the characters are just plonked into that story. Give me something to tie your character into the story. Hell yes. Every time, yes. If you actually do a World of Darkness actual play, like, honey, I do them all the time. But watch this space. I'm working on something, okay? I am working on something. Might take me a couple of months for it to land, but I am working on something. Hashtag where do I sire up? I am stealing that. Where's my pen? Oh my God. DM that to me. I can't find my pen. So I'm in Australia. I'm in Australian Eastern Standard Time. But that being said, I do work with Icaran Inc. and they are a international horror TTRPG collective. And we do a bunch of recordings at a bunch of times. So if you are interested, drop me a DM on one of my various social medias. I'm everywhere on the same handle. I will ask you a few questions just to like figure out whether or not you're a good match. I am co-producer, so I am allowed to do that. And then I will make you introductions to our community server, which is where we do post a lot of open castings for ones that that we're looking to bring fresh blood in. I'm interested, but I see a lot of insane times. Yes, that is because at the moment we have a heavy Australian contingency. I wonder who managed to bring all of Red Centre by Night almost into Icaran Inc. Who would do that? Oh, I don't know. But yes, we do have we've got people in Ireland. We've got a bunch of people across the US. We are looking for more people so that we don't just have a completely Australian cast. But that being said, I am also currently transitioning into being, hopefully, knock on wood, a professional GM. And so I do have my start playing open. I am open to commissions. I don't know if this is gonna work. Yes, it did. So you can find my start playing on my link tree. Drop me a line there. Let me know what times you are available for a game, and I can always try and make something happen. Oh my God, Shodan, I need that crock pot. I don't think you understand how desperately I need the cauldron crock pot. Everywhere I found it, it's sold out. If anyone knows where the cauldron crock pot is, the slow cooker cauldron thing, tell me. I need it desperately. I will have it. Anyway, should we talk about the Tremere? Let's do that. Their bane is deficient blood. So the Tremere Vitae cannot blood bond other kindred. So a blood bond is a way that you can get real cozy and comfy with another vampire and basically have them under your will, tethered by blood. They themselves, however, can be bound by kindred from other clans, which is very interesting. Their compulsion is perfectionism. So where the La Sombra are ruthless and will strive for perfection in the layout of their plans, the Tremere are perpetually looking to get better and better at their craft. Nothing but the best for them. Anything less than exceptional performance instills a profound sense of failure for them, and they often repeat tasks obsessively to get it just right. A lot of the description look, I'll take it if a cock pot is in the shape of a cauldron. I'll take a look. No, I have a cast iron cauldron. I need the slow cooker one. God damn it. So hard to get good help these days. So archetypes you might want to think of while you're building a Tremere character. A pyramid loyalist. Once upon a time, the Tremere was shaped like a pyramid. a trickle-down effect, some might say. What is it? MLM? Something like that. Anyway, you had really, really powerful at the top, and then the next layer, and the next layer, and the next layer. Not unlike the power in the kindred blood itself. Recently, at the start of the V5 timeline, the pyramid fell. The pyramid in Venice was the main chantry, so House of the Tremere was attacked. It fell. That sent a bunch of Tremere scattering and building their own little cliques. It's the Tremere was basically a Ponzi scheme. There are still some who hold firm to those ideals of the pyramid. It's an interesting trope to explore, because vampires by their very nature are stuck in they're a fixed point in time. It is very hard for a kindred to pick up new tricks, so to speak. Exceptionally so for the Tremere, who are spurned by perfection. And so if they're trying to learn something, it will take them a very long time to get the next new trick. Same with any sort of new social standing or anything like that. With the pyramid gone, some of them have found themselves new homes. Some of them have found themselves floating in the ether of society. Others refuse to leave that tether to the old world. There is the eternal scholar. So you like your research, you're gonna keep doing it, everything's great. The pagan nonconformist. Yeah, man, I just like tapping into the universe or whatever, and sometimes I use blood for it, okay? They're not always hippies, though a large portion of them could be. But, you know, any practitioner of magic, once you understand the basics of a school of thought, can be taught a new way of doing it. And the Tremere do pick quite heavily from pagans and, you know, Golden Dawn and School of the Church of Satan and those sorts of groups. They also made themselves indispensable only now to have the Banu offering their magics to the Camarilla. I mean, there was a little thing called the Red Wedding that brought the Banu Hakim into the Camarilla, because the Tremere just kind of went, ah! What's going on? And scattered. So it left the Camarilla without that at their disposal. It was kind of a nice little niche for the Banu to go, what's up? You up? You know, handy set of circumstances. There's also the ambitious outsider, so someone who is outside the traditional ranks of academia. I just paused my music because I'm cool like that. Yeah. Hi, there was a help sign. I've come to clean the pool. There's also the chief of security. So one of the things that the Tremere are very, very good at are wardings and warding circles. So send me links, Shodan. Send me links. It's probably ridiculously, way overpriced on eBay. Oh, anyway, I'm getting distracted. Although a cauldron's kind of in keeping with the Tremere. So one of the things that the Tremere are very good at is doing wards and warding circles. So protecting something or a space from something by utilizing their blood and other magics. So if you're a chief of security who's able to protect against supernatural things, you've got to weigh in on getting higher power. They're still mistrusted, but where people may not like the person or the clan, they will entertain the idea of having the utility of that person or clan in their midst. Generally, as in the Camarilla, it will come with a demand for a blood bond just to keep a bit more of a closer eye on that. But yeah. That's the Tremere. You may want to play a Tremere if you like reading books, going hard on perfectionism, being distrusted and navigating society like that, proving your worth, or stabbing people in the back. The first Tremere I ever made was a detective whose job was to protect the Tremere from themselves. Not great at blood magic, but good at reading people. Oh, that's a delicious concept. Oh, I really like that. I want to do a talk show where people can come and talk about their character concept, and I get to ask them questions, and then we build the character. Tell me if that's something people would be interested in. All right, let's move on to the Tzimisce, shall we? To the Tzimisce, possession is all. They aim to dominate and own the subject of their possessiveness, jealously guarding it like their namesake dragon would all its hoard. Everything from land, people, cults, companies, or gangs can fall under the covetous claws of a dragon. This relentless possessiveness extends as well to their own bodies, and they often rework themselves into flawless, hideous, or utterly alien flaws. All the better to display their utter control of all things theirs. Their disciplines are animalism, dominate, and protean. Now, protean isn't one that we see very often. It is the ability to change shape, essentially. Their bane is being grounded. Each Tzimisce must choose a specific charge, a physical domain, a group of people, an organization, or even something more esoteric, but clearly defined and limited. The kindred must spend their day sleep surrounded by their chosen charge. It used to be their a certain amount of soil from their homeland. No problem, Kaz. Thank you so much for dropping by. And thank you, Shodan. I shall take a look in a minute. You're so welcome. I hope the VOD is of use to you later on. Their compulsion is covetousness. So the Tzimisce become obsessed with possessing something in the scene that their compulsion is triggered. They desire to add it to the proverbial hoard. This can be anything from just an object to a piece of property or an actual person. So, as I said, if you know Dracul, he was a dragon. He was a Tzimisce in the world of darkness. Look, it is what you make of it. So if you have different ideas, run with them. The Tzimisce are an interesting clan in that all vampires are tied to humanity. It is, as I said, a central premise of the entire setting. The Tzimisce, however, especially if they are compelled to own or feel covetous of a group of humans, have an additional conflict in there. There is history with families who are essentially in servitude to the Tzimisce. They are essentially bonded to the clan and can become flesh-crafted servitors. So how do I distill a shit ton of lore from a clan into in old school Vampire the Masquerade, the Tzimisce wielded flesh crafting as a discipline, and that has been reworked a little bit in 5th edition, in that it is now what's called an amalgam. So you need to have a certain number of skills in 2 disciplines to be able to unlock this thing. It's called vicissitude, as in the ability to change or create change. And it allows them to use protein to change the shape of actual flesh, to whatever degree they deem required. Not just themselves, they can do it on other kindred, and they can do it on other creatures as well. So there is a little bit of potential triggering there with a Tzimisce, and this is another reason why talking to your storyteller is so important. Having a Tzimisce at the table when one of the players has a problem with loss of agency or changes to their character, it needs to be very well understood that the Tzimisce character cannot do their flesh crafting on this other character. Or, you know, if it's just a hard line, that's not okay. You can't have a character who has flesh crafting. You can still play a Tzimisce, but you're not going to be able to be a flesh crafter. So that's why having those really hard but important conversations are super important, and also understanding your person before you get to character creation. Because if you know the person that you want to play before you start looking at clans, if your storyteller goes, you know what, I actually don't think having a Tzimisce who's got access to flesh crafting is going to be okay, you can then take a look at your character and go, okay, well, what other clan might they catch the eye of? Oh, they're a property manager who they're a landlord who just keeps buying and buying and buying property. Doesn't matter who's in it. Well, that's pretty fucking ruthless, isn't it? Maybe La Sombre is the right clan for them. So yeah, have a really strong idea of your character. Have those really hard character conversations. Ensure you're having a session 0 where lines and veils are thoroughly discussed, and be ready to rework your character. Because where the Malkavians hit, the Tzimisce absolutely have the ability to knock a lot of people off their feet at a table. And it won't necessarily be the fault of the player. It's just what this character type has available to it. Look at that! The landlord is one of the first archetypes for a Tzimisce. They got their start as a clan being a warlord and owning all the property. So of course it makes sense in Modern Knights that a landlord might pique the interest of someone in the clan. You could also find a gang leader in the Tzimisce. Someone who's able to go out of the way to make sure everyone works together for the common goal. They keep their gang close to them. That sort of a thing. Grudge bearer. I've crossed oceans of time. You know, someone who's not going to let go of something for a little while. Or a special forces commander. Someone who has trained hard, worked hard, been fanatical at the pursuit of their goal and getting the respect of their unit. Yeah, I can see them in the Tzimisce. So yeah, you might want to play a Tzimisce if you want to play someone overbearing, someone potentially from old school money, someone who is going to be very protective of either their horde or their coterie or gang. Maybe you are someone who wants to explore what drives us to possess. That can be an interesting time. And then we find ourselves with the Ventru. Now, I said the Toreador are playing on easy mode, if you want to look at it that way. So are the Ventru a little bit. They're passing as normal people. They don't have any physical disfiguration beyond what you already give that character. They are business people. They are from money. They conduct themselves well in society because it pays well to do that. They don't have flesh crafting. They're not wielding special magics. They're not seeing beyond the veil. They're not trying to lure you in with promises of everything. They are about as quote unquote normal as it gets. The Ventru are not called the Clan of Kings for nothing. Carefully choosing their progeny from mortals familiar with power, wealth, and influence, the Ventru style themselves the aristocrats of the vampire world. Their members are expected to assume command wherever possible, and they're willing to endure storms for the sake of leading from the front. The disciplines for the Ventru are dominate, fortitude, and presence. Their bane is rarefied tastes. When a Ventru drinks blood from any mortal outside their preference, and they have a very strict preference, a profound exertion of will is required, or the blood taken surges back up as scarlet vomit. So if you've got an emetophobia, whatever that is, you line at your table, you may not want to cross. Don't pick a Ventru, or make sure you do anything you can to make sure that you do not trigger your bane. Their compulsion is arrogance. They have the need to rule, and it rears its head in this vampire. They stop at nothing to assume the command of a situation. I heard someone once label the Ventru as blood bankers and clan wankers. Look, you're not wrong, okay? You are not wrong. So some archetypes when you're thinking of building a Ventru. They are the cold-blooded corporate director. They're a member of a very particular order. A conservative politician. A godfather. Or a high priest. You know, someone in a position of power. Someone who's seen as an authority. Someone who is already leading or on their way to leading would be someone who would catch the eye of a Ventru for the embrace. You might want to play a Ventru if you are wanting to take charge of a situation, if you are looking to be a leader or at least work your way up the ranks to being a leader, if you want to explore what power does to someone when they have it or when they don't. That can be a very enticing thing. One of the things that you do want to think about when you get to the point of considering a clan is, what kind of a game do I want to have? How do I want to explore humanity? Because again, yes, we're playing vampires, but this game is all about humanity. It's the thing that runs through absolutely everything. So, they're the clans. We are going to take a look at actually building a character. So I think we might go with... Who are we going to pick? Who are we going to pick? Who are we going to pick? The Thin Bloods are a bit of an exception, so I might choose that for another day. But let's pick a Toreador. So again, they're the divas. They are the artistes. They are the patrons of the arts. We are going to select our clan. Now, traditionally, clans only have one bane. There was, with the player's guide, an alternate bane presented. So people might be aware of the aesthetic fixation. There is also the agonizing empathy variant. Now, if you want to explore that in your own time, if you do decide to build a character, go for it. The clan Bane alternates can be a lot of fun if you keep them hidden, and don't tell anyone at the table, so that when they're triggered, you get that, huh? Especially from the older players. It's a lot of fun. So yeah, take a look. Every clan has 2 of them. The Kaitif don't, and the Thin Bloods obviously do not. But every other clan has a Bane and a variant. But for this Toreador, we are going to go with the aesthetic fixation, which is the when you're in less than pleasing surroundings, you suffer a dice penalty for certain things. So we've given our person a name, we've chosen their age, we are now going, we've given them a clan, we are now going to our attributes and skills. And this is where things start to look a little more familiar if you're already aware of what a character sheet looks like. But before we dive into this, we're going to go and take a little break because I need some more water. And when we come back, we will get stuck right into what it is you're doing when you make yourself a character. All right, go get yourself some water, have a little stretch, maybe get a little snack, and I'll be back very, very soon. Okay. What is going on here? Thank you. All right, welcome back. So, now we get stuck into actually building the character. So you've got two major things that are going to be what informs a lot of your dice rolls. They are your attributes and your skills. So taking a look at the numbers here, everything is dots, okay? Rather than a number, if you're familiar with D&D, where you'll have a core skill and then you'll have a modifier, everything is numbers. There is a sense of modifiers that comes a little later, but we'll run through those when we get to them. The numbers do lie. Your attributes and your skills are further banked into, I guess, types, where you've got physical, social, and mental. But I think we'll probably find this easiest if we actually go through the methods. I'm sure you were, Kaz. It's all good. You can come back anytime. Any ministry will always leave the door open for you. So here we go. Taking a look at our attributes, you can see that physical is broken down into strength, dexterity, and stamina. Your social attributes are charisma, manipulation, and composure. And your mental attributes are your intelligence, your wits, and your resolve. Now, at first glance, you might think what some of these are is very self-explanatory, but it actually comes down to a much finer definition when you realize that the dots that go into these are then paired with dots in your skills or your disciplines later on down the line that instruct your dice rolls, or your dice pool rather, when you're going to try something. And what I mean by that is, I want to do X. I say to my storyteller will come back to me and go, awesome, make me a strength and brawl roll. And so I will look at my strength and I will look at my brawl and I will add up the dots, and that will tell me how many dice I've got to roll. But how did my storyteller come to that? Well, if we take a look at what strength actually means, it is your physical ability to hit. Basically, it's how big or how much you can lift, how hard you can hit, and how much force you can push your dead body to exert. And we've got some examples of what that might look like at different dot amounts. So at 1 dot in strength, you can easily crush a beer can. You can lift a Christmas tree or a stop sign. It's no big deal. If you've got 2 dots, you are considered average. And this is pretty much across the board for your attributes. 2 dots is average. You can lift 45 kilograms. At 3 dots in strength, you might be able to break open a wooden door. You could lift a large human. You could lift an empty coffin. You could probably lift a refrigerator if you really wanted to. At 4 dots, you are a prime physical specimen, likely with very visible musculature. You is buff. You can lift 180 kilos. That would be a full coffin or an empty dumpster. And at 5 dots, which is where this would cap out, you are a true powerhouse and can likely break open a metal fire door. You could tear open a chain link fence or snap a chained gate. You can lift 250 kilos, so a motorbike or a piano, right? That's just like dead meat ability, right? So what does dexterity look like? It's your ability to move with agility and grace, how swiftly you can dodge, how much fine motor control you've got when it really matters, right? 1, you can run, but balancing and dodging are going to be a challenge. 2, your sprint is solid. Sometimes you appear graceful. At 3, your agility is impressive, but your coordination is as good as a trained amateur, right? You've done a little bit of training. At 4 dots, you could excel at acrobatics and move in a way few humans can. And at 5, your movements are liquid and hypnotic, almost superhuman. So a trained dancer would either be at 3 or 4 dots. 5 is above and beyond. This look is just for you, Antipodean. Really? With all the dad jokes? Actually, that's a pretty good one. That is a good one. You get points for that one. So your stamina. Your physical resistances are based around your stamina. It's your ability to absorb harm, so a bullet, a hunter's blade, and it allows you to persevere through hazards and arduous effort. Your stamina also instructs your health points. So when it comes down to it, when you're trying to calculate that, if you're not using a digital tool, your health is your stamina score plus 3 additional marks. We'll see that in a little bit. But at 1 dot, even lesser exertions make you winded. You're a vampire, you don't get winded, but it's a helpful human analogy, right? 2 dots, you can take a beating, but you will consider suing for peace. 3 dots, several days of hard hiking with a backpack is no problem for you. At 4 dots, you could win a marathon or take copious amounts of pain, at least physically. And at 5 dots, even if you were immortal, you'd never break a sweat. So for a lot of thinking type characters or social type characters, their dexterity might be high, especially if they're, say, a toreador who dances. Their stamina might be it's okay, but perhaps their strength not so much unless they're a male dancer and have to do lifts. You know, this is why having a really good idea of the person you're playing, what they did before, what their what their activities were like, helps instruct these points rather than going the other way around. So that is your physical attributes. Let's take a look at some of these social ones. Charisma. This is where things start to get really heavily reliant on the nuances of these definitions. So charisma measures your natural charm, grace, and sex appeal. If you have it, it draws people to you, making feeding a hell of a lot easier. Charisma doesn't depend on good looks, which are their own merit. So it's not, oh, I've got 5 dots in charisma, I must be stunning. That has its own separate thing, right? So 1 dot in charisma, you can speak clearly, though few people tend to listen to you. 2 dots, you're generally likable despite your undead nature. You may even have a few friends. 3 dots, people trust you implicitly and you make friends easily. 4 dots, you possess significant personal magnetism, draw followers like flies, important for a member of the ministry. And 5 dots, you could lead a city into rebellion if you chose to do so. So it's all about your personal brand, your personal magnetism, and what you could potentially harness it to get done. How is that different from manipulation, though? Manipulation is your ability to twist others to your point of view, lie convincingly, and walk away after duping a mark without anyone being any the wiser. So where charisma is drawing people to you, manipulation is your ability to make them do things, make them think things, or get yourself off scot-free, right? So 1 dot in manipulation. As long as you stay honest, you can generally convince people to do what you want. 2 dots, your ability to deceive surpasses the will of weak-willed and the simple-minded. 3 dots, You never have to pay full price for anything. 4 dots, you could be a cult leader or a politician. And at 5 dots, you could convince the prince of the city to invest in desert property, or maybe even call off the blood hunt on your head. And then we get to composure, also another very important attribute. Composure allows you to remain calm, to command your emotions, and to put others at ease despite anxiety. It also represents your ability to stay cool in everything from firefights to intimate encounters. So, another very important resource that you've got at your command as a vampire is your willpower. And your willpower is calculated with your composure plus your resolve. So that's why some of these might be more important to your character than you first might think. So at 1 dot of composure, the slightest insult or confrontation could drive you into a frenzy. At 2 dots, you can subdue your predatory instincts in most non-hostile situations. At 3 dots, others look to you for guidance when the blood spatter hits the fan. At 4 dots, you can effortlessly bluff at cards and can manage your beast to some extent. And at 5 dots, the beast is your pet. Now here's where we first meet the concept of the beast. So what is it? Well, I've said before, Vampire the Masquerade is very much about your humanity and the tether to it and how that stops you from being a monster out and out. Well, the beast is the other side of that coin. The beast is a thing in the back of your skull, that animalistic nature that says kill, fuck, eat, do it all, go hard or go home. It is the thing that is pushing you to be more like the monster. And really, the game of Vampire the Masquerade as a character is trying to navigate your humanity, your desire for tethering and not like devolving into the beast, but also compelling the beast to behave itself by feeding it, by hurting, by being the monster. Sure, I'll let you out off your leash just a little bit, but don't hurt my humanity. It's navigating the torture garden that is your humanity and your beast at play. It really comes into play when you're confronted with a lot of blood. The beast comes into play when you're super hungry. It comes into play when you're in danger. It can help or it can harm. And the beast is not interested in the masquerade. It doesn't give 2 hoots about it. So if the beast comes out to play while you're surrounded by humans or hunters, oh, you are so screwed. You are so screwed. But walking up to that line just before you cross it, that's fun. That's a lot of fun. So that's composure, and they are your social attributes. Now we get into mental. So your intelligence is your ability to reason, research, and apply logic. You can recall and analyze information from books or from your senses, what you're actually engaging with. No puzzle or mystery can elude the truly intelligent. At 1 dot, you can read and write competently, though some terms may confound you. At 2 dots, you're smart enough to realize your own limitations. At 3 dots, you are enlightened, able to piece together clues without difficulty. At 4 dots, you're likely consulted by members of Clan Tremere for your own wisdom. And at 5 dots, genius does not cover the depth and range of your intellect. So it's book smarts. It's able to piece things together. How does that differ from wits? Wits are for thinking quickly and reacting correctly on very little information. So it's extrapolating from the environment and piecing things together rather than, oh, I know this. You hear a sound is wits. You hear 2 guards coming is intelligence, because you're able to discern from the sound. You're analyzing the sound. You're able to go, That's 2 different sets of armor or 2 different footfalls. Wits lets you smell an ambush or answer the harpy back at court right away, instead of thinking of the best response the next night. So 1 dot, you get the point eventually, but it takes explaining. 2, you can bet the odds in poker or apply the emergency brakes in time, usually. 3 dots, you can analyze a situation and quickly work out the best escape route. 4 dots, you are never caught on the back foot and always come up with a smart riposte. And at 5 dots, you think and respond more quickly than most people can comprehend. Where I find a lot of players get stuck is that definition between intelligence and wits. And I am guilty of it too. In the heat of the moment, as a storyteller, I'll be like, yeah, give me a wits plus investigation. Hang on. No, you're analyzing the room, you're figuring out where you need to go. Yeah, that's actually more intelligence, but I will always ask for wits. I don't know why. It's my favorite role to give to players, wits and investigation. Why do I do this when I know it's wrong? Anyway, resolve is the other counterpart to our composure that gives us our willpower. So what is it? Resolve provides focus and determination and measures concentration and mental fortitude. So where composure is our ability to keep our cool, our resolve is our ability to persevere when trying to think through things. Resolve powers all night watches and blocks out distractions. And again, your composure plus your resolve equals your willpower. 1 dot in resolve. You have minimal attention for all but the most pressing things. 2 dots, you can settle in for the long haul so long as it's not too long. 3 dots, distracting you takes more effort than most other people want to spend. 4 dots, you can brute force your way to a deduction past any obstacles. And 5 dots, you can think in a gunfight or watch the door in a blood orgy and then clean up every shell casing or spilled droplet. It becomes very important when you are in the middle of something like a firefight, like a combat scene, and you are trying to figure out what is actually going on and how do I get out of here. Yeah. So that is your list of attributes. Now, I think Justinia Vargo is I think she's a spy. Let's make her a spy. So I feel like she would need a good amount of composure and resolve. So I'm going to place, so we've got 1 skill that we can spend 4 dots on. We've got 3 skills that we can spend 3 dots on. And we've got 1 skill that we give, 1 attribute, that we give 1 dot. Okay. And Demiplane does a really nice job of tracking these for us so that we don't have to. Don't worry. You can tinker with this later on down the line. But let's just go with basic creation first of all. So I feel like for Justinia, the most important attribute would probably be her manipulation. I feel like she would want to manipulate a situation, either to her advantage or to get out of it. Oh, honey, just give me the blueprints to the building. You can trust me. And then at 3, now, I feel like her composure and her resolve would need to be high. When she's in a tricky situation, she needs to think through the best contingency plans. She needs to figure out a way to pay attention. When she's doing a stakeout, she'll want to pay attention through all-nighters to make sure that she's not, giving away her location. I feel like those 2 attributes would also be very important. So we will give them 3 dots each. And then I feel like either dexterity or stamina would be the other super important one for her. Or it could be wits. maybe she's not a super dexterous. Maybe she doesn't do a whole lot of running. She just kind of relies on her looks and ability to bat her eyelids at people. But I feel like, yeah, let's go with wits. Able to think through situations quickly. And then, okay, so we're looking at what we would give 1 dot. Well, I'm probably going to say that it's probably going to have to go to strength. She can probably dodge quite passably, and she can probably run for a little bit to get out of the way, but maybe she can't throw a punch so effectively. So we'll go with that. So we've got 1 dot in strength, we've got 2 dots in dexterity, 2 dots in stamina, 2 dots in charisma, 4 dots in manipulation, 3 dots in composure, 2 dots in intelligence, so she's average, 3 dots in wits, and 3 dots in resolve. This makes her pretty passable, I would think, as a spy at this point. Now, when it comes to your skills, there are 3 distribution methods you can go for. And if you think of D&D, this would be your manual roll, your points by system, or whatever, you know, standard array. We've got Jack of all trades, we've got balanced, and we've got specialist. So for Jack of all trades, this means, you know, you've got a little skill in a lot of things, and we can see that down here in 1 dot placements. You've got 10 skill points that you can put into, 10 1 dots that you can put into 10 different skills, 8 2 dots, and then 1 3 dot placement for your skills. So you've got a good spread of skills. You're not particularly great at any of them, but you've dabbled in enough of them, right? Then we've got balanced. Balanced gives you fewer overall dots, but it does mean that you've got slightly more in the higher end of your placements. So we've only got 7 1 dot placements, but we've got 5 2 dot placements and 3 3 dot placements. Now, if you're thinking back to who your person was as a person before they became a vampire, what they did, what they were capable of, this is when this comes into play, right? You want to think, you know, they did this for a job, or they were at school and they were learning this. Cool. What might they have slightly higher attributes in? Slightly higher skill placements in. The final distribution we have is specialist. Now, as the name would suggest, it means that you have finessed your skill in one particular thing, and that is the thing you do. So we've got 1 4 dot placement. So you are exceptional at this thing, this one thing. You've got 3 3 dot placements, 3 2 dot placements, and 3 1 dot placements. This lower amount of placements at your lower dot spread means that you've spent more time finessing that one skill. Okay, so you've got less skills that you are capable in because you spent more time training in this one area. So I feel like Justinia is probably a jack of all trades. She's not particularly good at anything, but she has a wide enough spread of skills that allows her to get into a situation, be passable at it, or at least know enough to ask the right questions, say the right things, and not get caught. So let's take a look at what that might look like. We've got 1 3-dot placement. I'm going to place that first because that's going to tell us what she's best at in this damned spread. And again, we can see our skills are spread up in that physical, social, and then mental categories, right? They're in those buckets. Under physical, we've got things that you would assume are physical attributes, like physical things. They rely on the physicality. We've got athletics, we've got brawl, we've got craft, we've got drive, firearms, larceny, melee, stealth, and survival. So athletics is, as it says on the box, it is your ability to outpace someone in pursuit, leap out of the way of an oncoming car, climb and swim like a healthy, robust living person. So it is very close, like it is athletics in D&D. I keep going back to D&D because it is the system that most people know, so I can make a bit of a comparison here. With 1 dot in athletics, you are always attentive in gym class and you still have a spring in your step. For 2 dots, despite being dead, you are still as fit as a mortal doing regular exercise. For 3 dots, you are as fit as a fiddle and could play professional sports, night games at least. At 4 dots, your parkour abilities. Why would you need to really turn into a bat? And at 5 dots, Olympic records await you. Only a very few peak humans can achieve what you can. Vampires mistake your skill for physical disciplines. And you can see under here, we've got specialties. Acrobatics, archery, climbing, endurance, jumping, and parkour. So this would give you an idea of what sorts of things might fit in this bucket, right? Specialties come into play later on down the line, though not too later, as we can see over here. So, your brawl is your ability to essentially throw a punch. Brawl enables characters to hit their target when they swing with fist, boot, or claw. As long as you have no weapon in hand, the attack constitutes a brawl, from elegant aikujitsu to dirty street fighting. 1 dot, you had a tough upbringing and had to fight to justify your place. You still have some moves. 2 dots, you received some training in hitting someone hard and accurately. 3 dots, you more than hold your own in a scrap. 4 dots, you either received Spetsnaz quality training, or you have spent decades of afterlife in fights. And 5 dots, you could win MMA championships even without the use of your vampiric powers. If you didn't have enough dots in athletics, parkour could become torpor. Sir, get out of here. So, in Brawl, your specialties more become rather than like specific activities, they become what you are finessed at brawling with. So we've got animals, we've got armed mortals, bar fights, grappling, kindred, so other vampires, sporting combat, unarmed mortals, werewolves, or while in protean beast form, which is one of the things that your vampiric powers can push you into. Oh, yes, thank you. I do believe I looked it up like many years ago, but it's that piece of knowledge that's like floating around the back of my brain somewhere. So thank you for that. So yeah, I will get into specialties when we get there. Craft is your ability to, strangely enough, craft something. It broadly encompasses artistry, the creation of items and utilities from beautiful to functional, and arts and crafts from throwing pottery all the way to building and reinforcing your own haven. When you take this skill, you get a free specialty. Unlike most skills, you can have more specialties in craft than you do dots. For most specialties, you are capped at how many dots you have in that particular skill. But for craft, the dots you have are your ability to do a thing, and your specialties are your ability to do that thing, if that makes sense. So 1 dot, you are an amateur, but you know what you're doing. 2 dots, your craftsmanship is admired for its functionality. 3 dots, your creations can be beautiful or horrifying, but their intent is always clear. Sorry. 4 dots, your skill is highly respected among the kind and kindred aware of it. And 5 dots, you are often chosen to create the focal point for parties at Elysium. So Elysium is a special fancy kindred party. Okay, so the specializations that we have in craft are things like carpentry, carving, design, painting, sculpting, sewing, and weaponsmithing. So there are ability to do a particular craft. Obviously, toreadors would be interested if they were artistes. They would want a specialty in their specific thing. If you were a construction worker before you became a vampire, this might be something that you've got a couple of points in so that you can grab a specialty. Not very many people will take craft, but then they will rely on it for making a specific thing and curse that they haven't taken any dots in it. Drive. Anyone except perhaps 500-year-old vampires can learn to drive a car. The drive skill connotes the ability to drive fast and safely under adverse conditions or in stressful situations, to drive off-road, speed away from ambushes, win street races, and get out of chases with the Second Inquisition, otherwise known as hunters. So, with 1 dot, you are a cautious driver, unlikely to make any mistakes. With 2 dots, you can put your foot down without much fear of an accident, providing visibility is good. 3 dots, you've won car chases, earning a cool reputation among the anarchs. 4 dots, you could be a stunt driver or a personal chauffeur of a prince or a baron. And 5 dots, you know cars inside and out. Few can match your skill and knowledge. Specialties. You've got all-terrain vehicles. Evasion, so a skill within driving. Motorcycles, street racing, stunts, tailing, especially important for like Scooby Gang type things. Trucks and vintage models. Again, not very many people will take the drive skill, and then it comes to bite them when they're trying to do a getaway. So if you think your character is going to be involved in a getaway or a heist where they need to evade quickly, put a couple of dots in drive, seriously. Firearms. Now, in Australia, we do not have access as readily as other countries do to firearms, and that is one of the reasons why at my tables, unless your character has a very good reason for having access to them, like they're a farmer or a police officer or something like that, I generally don't allow firearms points at my table. If they are, you know, an outlaw bikie gang member, maybe I will. But it is not easy to come by guns. It's even more difficult to discharge one in public and get away with it. So I tend not to have them at my table. That being said, this is an open guide for anybody, so I will go through them. Leaving a victim with holes in their throats, full-on Second Inquisition investigation. Leaving a victim with holes in their heads, just another Saturday night in Baltimore. K-Knights, or kindred, use firearms not only for the human reasons, efficiency and thrill, but to preserve the masquerade. This skill comprises familiarity with small arms from hold-up pistols to assault rifles. It also includes other trigger-operated weapons such as crossbows and shoulder-fired rocket-propelled grenades. Also, strangely enough, difficult to come by in Australia. Finally, it includes cleaning, unjamming and rapidly reloading such weapons. 1 dot. You fired a gun a few times at the range or in less formal circumstances. 2 dots. You know, and know how, to keep your weapon clean and take it apart and then reassemble it. 3 dots. You've been in the shit, seen the elephant if you're older than a century, and come out the other side. 4 dots. You can handle trick shots, called shots, running shots, really anything ending in a gunshot. And 5 dots. You've been practicing since the debut of the Winchester. So, specialties you can take for firearms are crossbows, gun dealing, gunsmithing, separate from crafting, although weaponsmithing is something, but it is different to gunsmithing, hand loading ammunition, quick draw, sniper, and trick shooting. There is a note here about storytellers discouraging obvious, gotchas with players wanting to take specialties in combat shooting or pistols, because that's just going to be freaking annoying. And the way specialties operate, it's not even really going to give you that much of a benefit these days. Anyway, as I said, in Australia, we don't have that easy access to weaponry, so I tend not to allow it. But there are some reasons why I will allow every now and then a character to have firearms skills. Larceny. This skill entails familiarity with the tools and techniques for picking locks, planting bugs, deactivating standard burglar alarms and car alarms, manual forgery, hot wiring automobiles, or even safe cracking, as well as countless forms of breaking and entering. Characters also use it for setting up unbeatable security systems or deducing how and where systems failed in a break-in. Ventru probably call the skill security. These days, most high-end security systems feature computer controls, video surveillance, or electronic alarms, so they might also involve the technology skill to defeat. We'll come to that later. 1 dot. You can pick a simple lock or a careless pocket. 2 dots. You can hotwire a car or shoplift with ease. 3 dots. You can identify the locations of security cameras and alarms so to best bypass them. 4 dots, you can defeat a keypad, retool an ID card, or crack a safe. And 5 dots, you could get into or out of the vault of a multinational bank. And your specialties are alarms, forgery, grand theft auto, housebreaking, lockpicking, pickpocket, safe cracking, or security analysis. I also really like larceny for just being able to go, oh, don't touch that door. No, you don't want to trigger the alarm on that door. If you've got a character who is, is a criminal mastermind, but maybe hires a crew to get their job done, and then got embraced, they would have some knowledge in larceny even if they didn't do it themselves, because they would need to know what to look out for in a good security specialist, right? Melee. It is what it says on the tin. If you know what melee is, you know what melee is. Use melee to wield handheld weapons such as knives, chains, baseball bats with prowess. A stake is a melee weapon, often found in the hands of would-be hunters. So at 1 dot, you can swing a bat or blade and mostly hit the people you intend to. 2 dots, your clear competence with a weapon in hand should give attackers pause. 3 dots, your skill with a melee weapon is known throughout the domain. 4 dots, the fool's brought a gun to your knife fight. And 5 dots, you are the domain's weapon master, sought out by kindred far and wide for your skill. Specialties you might see here are axes, chains, clubs, fencing, disarming blows, garrots, improvised weapons, knives, stakes, and swords. It's all pretty basic stuff. If you are familiar with sort of more combat-based games, you'll be familiar with melee. Stealth. Stealth allows a character to shadow a target, making vampires with this ability superlative hunters. They benefit from the ability to spy, sneak, and blend in with crowds when needed. At 1 dot, spotting you under the cover of darkness or in camouflage proves difficult. At 2 dots, you can sneak by casual observers and stalk unknowing victims without raising any hackles. At 3 dots, you evade patrolling guards, moving softly and hiding easily. At 4 dots, your subtle and silent passage could make you a worthy ninja or a worthy foe for a ninja. And 5 dots, the children of Hakim come to you for advice on stalking, hiding, if they can find you. Specialties include ambushes, crowds, disguise, hiding, shadowing, silent movement, urban environments, and wilderness. Which then brings us to survival. Now you might think wilderness in stealth is a little bit strange once you understand what survival is. Survival conveys the ability to exist in the wild in other adverse conditions and to return to civilization again, navigate by the stars, establish a makeshift haven, notice werewolf signs before it's too late. Some of its related functions apply in parks, brownfields, and other wastelands of the urban jungle. Now, the reason we would have wilderness in stealth when survival exists is because you need to move if you're stalking something in the wilderness without stepping on a stick. You need to be able to know how the shadows are going to throw. You need to be able to hide effectively when there's not a building to go into, right? Whereas survival is your ability to use your environment to survive. So 1 dot is you know the trails and wilderness around your domain. 2 dots is you spend more time outdoors than inside, and you can track anyone who doesn't possess woodcraft. 3 dots, you can subsist outside the city, setting traps for mortals and a shelter for yourself. 4 dots, you can thrive outside the city like the true predator you are. And 5 dots, gangrels run in packs with you if they can keep up. So our specialties here would be desert, hunting, jungle, tracking, traps, shelters, urban exploration, and woodlands. So you see it's a cross-section of actual skills and then environments. Now, our social skills. I mentioned earlier, animals find vampires unsettling. They don't like them. They really will, like a dog will growl at a vampire, if not attack it or run away. There's something about the undead nature of a vampire that makes an animal, it's not natural, right? It's not a natural state. And so having animal ken means that the vampire is able to at least attempt to soothe or pacify an animal. Animal Ken allows you to cow, pacify, and even befriend animals. This skill allows you to predict how an animal might react in a given situation, train a domesticated creature, or even try to calm or enrage animals. Without this skill, most creatures pointedly avoid or grow aggressive around vampires. 1 dot, animals shy away from you but will not bolt or snap. 2 dots, animals are docile around you, acting as if you aren't there unless you build a rapport with them. 3 dots, animals treat you as if you are a warm, friendly owner unless provoked to do otherwise. 5 dots, you draw animals into your orbit. Few attacking creatures maintain their aggression. And 5 dots, you can sense an animal's feelings and thoughts and they feel and act on yours. Your specialties will look like attack training, cats, dogs, falconry, horses, pacification, rats, snakes, stunt training, and wolves. Etiquette. Again, this is where the very definition is important. Etiquette is the ability to identify and respond to the social conventions in the current scene, set new protocols, and please everyone around with your good graces. You use this in both kindred and mortal high society. 1 dot is you know how to address your local ruler without causing a faux pas. 2 dots is you know the rules of etiquette in each of the domain's popular night spots. 3 dots, you impress others with your command of politeness, deference, and grace. 4 dots, your behaviour sets trends, especially if you do something to buck the norm of etiquette. And 5 dots, the Keeper of Elysium and the Harpies look to you to establish domain protocol. So your specialties will be within various societies or settings. You're looking at Anarch, Camarilla, celebrities, a corporate setting, Elysium, a feudal setting, the 1%er groups, and secret societies. Insight grants you the ability to interpret body language, notice subtle cues in expression and tone, and determine truth from lies. It allows you to perceive and understand the motives behind another's actions. 1 dot, you can see through hollow boasts. 2 dots, you can pick up on the hidden emotion between humans and even sometimes between kindred. 3 dots, you can provide psychotherapy even more effectively than someone who doesn't want to eat their patient. 4 dots, you are an undead lie detector. Only the best con artists can slip one by you. And 5 dots, people may be books of blood, but they are printed in very large type, easy to read. So for this particular skill, your specialties would be ambitions. You're able to detect desires. You can detect lies. You can pick up on emotions. You've got good empathy. You can interrogate well. You can pick up on someone's motives, perhaps some phobias or some vices. Intimidation. Intimidation is the power to bully, coerce, threaten, or strong-arm your way to a social victory. Vampires who rely on intimidation do not hesitate to crush the wills, and occasionally the finger bones, of their foes. 1 dot, you can cut a scathing insult effectively. 2 dots, you can push your way around most humans without difficulty. 3 dots, your swagger and your cruel behaviour have earned you your reputation. 4 dots, you're far past mere physical threats. And 5 dots, even fellow kindred may step back if you step up. Your specialties would look like extortion, insults, interrogation, physical coercion, stare downs, and veiled threats. Leadership, important for our Ventures. Leadership grants you the ability to lead a crowd, command a detachment, boost the morale of your supporters, or subdue a riot. A strong prince or baron must possess leadership or risk losing their throne. For 1 dot, you have led informal clubs before and can organise kindred of like mind. 2 dots, your voice makes itself heard in council, and even your superiors sometimes listen. 3 dots, you can command on the battlefield, and lead your soldiers into death. 4 dots, you can inspire the injured and dying to action so long as you're there to lead them. 5 dots, your words fill a vampire's heart with enough strength to make it feel alive and beating. Your specialties are command, inspiration, oratory, praxis, which is I command this domain. Yes, team dynamics, and warpack. I should add, the specialties that are listed under each of these skills are just serving suggestions. You can come up with your own. They provide a pretty good basis for understanding what you might want to specialize in if you take a skill and are offered a specialty. So that's why they're listed there. Performance covers a range of arts, from dance to poetry and comedy to storytelling. You may be an inspired performer in your own right, or simply an enthusiastic student of the arts. When you take this skill, you get a free specialty, not unlike craft. So for 1 dot, you are the life of the party, but you wouldn't take your act on stage. For 2 dots, you have performed for others to mixed reviews. Some love you, others hate you. 3 dots, you are an expert student of your chosen performing art. 4 dots, you perform your practiced art form stunningly, winning over even Toreador far and wide. And 5 dots, improvisation holds no terrors for you. Every night a different audience, every night a different show. Specialties are comedy, dance, drama, drums, guitar, keyboards, poetry, public speaking, rap, singing, violin, wind instruments. And again, you don't want to allow too much of a shoehorn here, but you also don't want to have such a vast, broad specialty as to go, yeah, fine, you get an extra dot every time someone goes, oh, I'm performing. You know, as a storyteller, you want to keep the lid on that shit, really. Persuasion. Use persuasion when trying to convince others that you know what's best for them and that one bite won't hurt at all. Skilled persuaders can play on victims' emotions and appeal to peers' reason. Persuasion applies in law courts and princely courts, in boardrooms, bar rooms, and bedrooms. 1 dot. You can sell to a motivated buyer. 2 dots, you can always swing a discount or get on the inside track of the latest gossip. 3 dots, you can always figure out a compromise in a given conflict. 4 dots, the other side starts looking for a settlement when they see you in the court, human or kindred. And 5 dots, you may be the original silver-tongued devil. Your specialties would look like bargaining, fast talk, interrogation again, legal arguments, negotiation, and rhetoric. Often works hand in hand with leadership. Streetwise. Streetwise enables characters to talk the language and negotiate the societies of the streets and the underworld. You can understand code words and slang, interpret graffiti tags, and emulate gang signs. 1 dot, you know where to score drugs and sex in your domain. You know which gangs operate for 2 dots in the area. Oh, hello, Sheridan. Including their colours and rivalries, you may have your own graffiti tag. 3 dots, you can tell the good shit from bad, score guns, and blend in seamlessly with street people or gangbangers. 4 dots, when gangsters say, I know a guy, you're who they know. Good timing, friend. And at 5 dots, you can hire and orchestrate or arrange almost any criminal activity anywhere in your city. Your specialties might look like arms dealing, black market, bribery, drugs, fence stolen goods, gangs, graffiti, personal rep, sex trade, urban survival, all that sort of stuff. You know, if it involves underhanded dealings on the streets, that would fit under Streetwise. Subterfuge. A little bit different to persuasion, not unlike your charisma and manipulation, right? Subterfuge is the art of lying convincingly, spinning a yarn, making good excuses for bad actions. This skill defines your talent for intrigue, secrets, and double dealing. Subterfuge can also be used for seduction and in imitating mortal behavior, so essentially lying about what you are. 1 dot, you can tell believable, simple lies. 2 dots, you can hustle naive people, old and young, into giving you their things. 3 dots, you can operate on multiple levels, telling lies intended to be uncovered to bolster other lies. 4 dots, you can operate endlessly in deep cover, a perfect double agent. Perhaps you are. And 5 dots, no one believes you even have a single dot in subterfuge. Your specialties would look like bluff, feigning your mortality, impeccable lies, innocence, the long con, and seduction. And then we hop on to our mental skills. So we've got academics. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's the understanding, higher education, and ability to research fields within the humanities and the liberal arts. Historical study, for instance, is hardly just academic if your immortal enemies lived and left traces in that period. When you take this skill, you get a free specialty, but for languages, you need to use a special merit. So you wouldn't use this for, oh, I've studied French. You would use this for, oh, I studied French history in the 17th century. That sort of a thing. 1 dot is basic primary and secondary education, a night class at community college. 2 dots would be basic university education or tutelage from a mediocre mentor, a 4-year degree. 3 dots is advanced university education or dedicated personal tuition, an excellent 4-year degree, perhaps a doctorate. 4 dots is advanced specialized study beyond university, learning into subjects few understand, and 5 dots would be refined and advanced scholarship, likely to be sought out for advice and tutelage. Your specialties might look like architecture, English literature, history of art, history of a specific field or period, journalism, philosophy, research, teaching, or theology. And I will say, with a lot of the basis of Vampire the Masquerade resting really heavily on a heavily redacted and rewritten Judeo-Christian mythology, having a character who has an interest in theology can be quite interesting, because you've got all these vampires spinning these stories and you're like, actually that's not how. Oh, okay, I see. Fine, whatever. Awareness handles your perceptions. You may spot a child of Hakim before a strike occurs, spy a key dropped in the trash, or sense a lingering perfume. For 1 dot, you have a history of knowing when something is out of place. For 2 dots, you can spot erratic or pattern behavior in an individual. For 3 dots, you can see through most disguises and sense concealed dangers or hidden clues. 4 dots, even when you are distracted, few things are beyond your notice. And 5 dots, your senses are those of a wild animal. Your specialties would look like ambushes, camouflage, concealed objects, hearing, instincts, smell, sight, traps, and wilderness. So your ability to spot things or spot things in certain situations or places. Finance. Finance allows you to identify trends in the market, invest well, manipulate stock, and know when a fall is coming. It also allows you to assess and trace the wealth of others and broker financial deals. You can generally appraise art, property, or any other non-criminal good. Venture value this skill more than some disciplines. For 1 dot, you can run a business and you can keep your books. For 2 dots, you can manage a corporate division or a bank branch. You file impeccably plausible tax returns. For 3 dots, thanks to international training, you make a fine broker on foreign stock exchanges. 4 dots, investment banks follow your financial lead. You have no trouble concealing fraud, which, let's face it, a vampire who exists outside the realms of a normal lifespan needs to commit some fraud, folks. 5 dots, you can make money do anything, including stick to your pockets or crash countries. Your specialties might look like appraisal, banking, black markets, corporate finance, currency manipulation, fine art, forensic accounting, money laundering, or the stock market. Maybe not so usable in a short chronicle or a one-shot, but definitely could be fun to have in your pocket for a longer chronicle. Investigation. Investigation allows you to unravel cases of mundane and mysterious means, spot clues, interpret them, and trace missing persons. Vampires find this skill especially useful when a vessel or blood body escapes. 1 dot, you love a good mystery novel and fancy yourself an amateur sleuth. 2 dots, you have a firm knowledge of criminology and the signature acts of local rogues. 3 dots, you are or could be a detective by trade. Nothing in a crime scene escapes you. 4 dots, the sheriff comes to you when unknowing parties sabotage the domain's safety. The sheriff is like the police chief of vampires. And 5 dots, you set riddles for others and live an enigmatic existence few can penetrate. Specialties would look like criminology, deduction, forensics, missing persons, murder. I think they mean investigating murder, not making murder. Paranormal mysteries and traffic analysis. Medicine. Medicine allows you to fix people who are broken and diagnose causes of death or sickness in a victim. It also allows you to use medical equipment, prescribe drugs, or stanch or encourage rapid blood flow. Characters use medicine to heal aggravated health damage in mortals, not for themselves. 1 dot. You know basic anatomy and the difference in blood flow from a vein to an artery. You can perform CPR and other first aid. You may have been a medical student in life. 2 dots. You can comfortably treat minor traumas and illnesses and narrow down a diagnosis. You may have been a nurse or an EMT in life. 3 dots. Your training allows you to perform major operations and treat serious injuries. You may have been an internist, a pediatrician, or a general practitioner in life. 4 dots. You can diagnose and treat all but the rarest of diseases. You may have been a surgeon or a specialist in life. And 5 dots. You are a noted medical expert sought out by mortals and immortals alike. Your specialties might look like first aid, hematology, pathology, pharmacy, phlebotomy, surgery, trauma care, or veterinary. And it's important to note that all of these are saying you might have been blah, blah, blah in life, because a lot of this will stem from what you knew previously. In fact, most of your skills and most of your attributes will come from what you had at point of death. So again, you need to know the person that you are playing before you play the vampire. Occult. Occult represents knowledge of the mystical world extending from the rites and practices of Freemasons and Rosicrucians all the way to noddist scholars and real mages. You can recognize occult sigils and folk magic practices, effective or not. For 1 dot, you know the legends of Cain and the antediluvians, and you may have read the Book of Nod. If you don't know what the Book of Nod is, ask me. I will tell you all about it. 2 dots. You can sift the truth from pop occult nonsense. 3 dots, you have first-hand experience of something inexplicable, even by kindred standards. 4 dots, you can name most of the antediluvians and even comprehend a Tremere ritual. And 5 dots, Tremere and children of Hakim consult with you on obscure lore. Your specializations would look like alchemy, blood magic, fairies, ghosts, grimoires, infernalism, magi, necromancy, nodism, parapsychology, voodoo, and werewolves. That sort of a thing. So, discrete disciplines within the occult or supernatural entities. Politics. Politics covers diplomacy and bureaucracy, both human and kindred. You can work with and possibly put pressure on city government and perhaps higher levels. Among kindred, you know the inside scoop on which sects are dominant where, who is at war with whom, and where the bodies are buried. Literally. So for 1 dot, you follow mortal political affairs in your regnum, and you know at least what elders reveal about kindred politics. For 2 dots, you can apply influence at a local level, or you know who can. For 3 dots, you could run a political campaign or political machines, or make waves in your sect as an up-and-comer. For 4 dots, you know the true personalities of the real movers and shakers, live and undead, in your area. For 5 dots, you could guess at the unknown members of the Camarilla's inner circle, which is like the 1%ers of the Camarilla, basically. Your specialties would look like specific sects. So you've got Anarch, Camarilla, and then you've got your human politics, city government, or national politics, or state and provincial politics. You've got a specific clan that you're aware of, the political nature of, diplomacy, or media, if you want to be like a spin doctor. Science. Science is a broad church covering everything from basic principles of life to the understanding of universal entropy. The laws of science govern the mortal world, and vampires who wish to rule that world study them. Levels of the science skill roughly match those in academics, from some college to world-famous scholar. Also, like academics, characters with a rating in science get a free specialty. So for 1 dot, you dabble in the sciences and understand the principles behind the building blocks of life. 2 dots, you can accurately explain the competing scientific theories of the embrace to another vampire. For 3 dots, you make an excellent scientific manager. You can run a laboratory, interpret scientific findings, and get up to speed on scientific research in most fields, and you can repair scientific equipment. For 4 dots, you are an expert in your field and in those allied to it. And for 5 dots, few peers match your understanding and others come to you for guidance. So you'd be looking at specialties in astronomy, biology, discrete fields, so chemistry, demolitions, engineering, genetics, geology, mathematics, physics, that sort of thing. And the last of our skills is actually, in my opinion, one of the most important. Perhaps a little personal bias here. As a skill, technology acts as something of a moving target. It governs the operation and understanding of technical developments most vampires find mystifying. In 1870, it might have governed steam engines and electricity. These nights, it governs computers and computer systems. Of course, now computers govern almost everything, including steam turbines and power plants, and electrical systems in office buildings. So for 1 dot, you know how to upgrade a home PC and keep it protected from viruses. For 2 dots, you can conceal your IP, operate drones, and fake a digital photograph. For 3 dots, you can create and unleash your own viruses without fear of detection. For 4 dots, the prince might call you personally to manage cybersecurity for their domain. And for 5 dots, on the internet, no one knows you're a vampire or that you're there at all. Your specializations might look like artillery, coding, computer building, data mining, hacking, networks, phones, and surveillance systems. And so for a chronicle set in modern days, not having someone capable of erasing your digital traces is tantamount to going, "Hi, vampire hunters, we're over here." So, to that end, I am going to place these where I think Justinia would need them, because she is not a clever individual, but she definitely has like, actually no, I'm going to take one of these out. Let's get rid of melee at 2 dots and put that into technology. And then we're going to go, she's got 1 dot in melee, she's got 1 dot in brawl, 1 dot in firearms, because she's a spy, right? 1 dot in streetwise, 1 dot in awareness, 1 dot in finance, 1 dot in investigation. She can probably stem the flow of something. I don't think she'd have a cult. She might have something in politics. She'd be aware of what was going on. And then specialties. What have we got? I feel like technology is probably a good thing for her, and she'd probably be very good at taking out a surveillance system. Or at least like looping it. All right, then we get on to disciplines and powers, but I think we might save that for a part 2, because we are getting to 11 o'clock, my lovelies. So we are going to pause Justinia here. I hope this was vaguely interesting. There is a lot to explore, and obviously when I'm trying to go through super thoroughly, it's a lot to cover. And disciplines, if you're not familiar with them, is a lot, and it becomes super easy once you've gotten to this point, but I like to take my time discussing things. So we might be back on Tuesday, I think, with finishing off Justinia's character sheet. Let me know if you've got any particular questions about Vampire the Masquerade. Send me a DM or hit me up on one of my social posts. I'm going to collate them all. And yeah, if you've got any particular questions about character creation, lore to do with the game, why people would freaking choose to play this game, let me know. I am here to answer any and all questions. If you've got any questions about Demiplane, if I don't know the answer, I will try and find it out for you. Again, Demiplane, hit me up with a sponsorship, damn it. Yeah, thank you so much for coming along for this. I have been meaning to go through this, not just character creation, but also this tool for a really long time. So this has finally been the kick up the butt to make a proper go of it. So thank you. And until Tuesday, my fine friends, thank you so much. Thank you for coming and joining me. It's been a lot of fun just talking about my favorite game. I really like this game. It's kind of great. But yes, I shall see you on Tuesday. The world is a horrible, horrible place, and not just the world of darkness. Please take care of yourselves, take care of those around you, and remember, everyone's fighting a battle that you don't understand or even know about. So be gentle with everyone, including yourself. Thank you so much. I love you all. Mwah. And good night.